Chapter 29-21. He wasn't the only one. Yi Wudao, No Flower, Gu Santong, Morong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu were all covered in blood. They were also puzzled. The prodigies of the 10,000 ancient races were even more so. They were surrounded by countless human corpses. Buzz! Buzz! On the street, the buildings on the left suddenly burst into flames. The flames emitted mysterious runes. They illuminated the world. I know. Let's go in. The prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave were overjoyed when they saw this scene. They led their people and charged into the burning buildings. Soon, they were engulfed by the merciless flames. Temple Master, what should we do? Hui Dao and the others looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Follow me." He also charged into the flaming buildings. Behind him, the other immortal palace cultivators also followed. The dark red dragon swung its tail and roared. It tore through the flames and charged in. In the next moment, they were wrapped in flames. However, they didn't feel like they were burning. Instead, it was as if they had passed through a spatial barrier. In an instant, they passed through the flaming eaves buildings and arrived on the street again. It was still a vast street with tall flaming buildings on both sides. It was almost exactly the same as before. However, there were no corpses around. This meant that this wasn't the street from before. Perhaps this was the second street that Yi Wudao spoke of. Not only Lin Xian, but the others also came to the second street. The Yi family cultivators surrounded Yi Wudao. "Saint, what should we do?" They looked at Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao's sacred body shone brightly. He said in a deep voice, "Don't act rashly. Observe first." Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also with the cultivators of their holy lands. In the Fire Qilin Cave, a group of powerful ancient creatures walked together. Among them, there were a few ancient creatures with monstrous flames on their bodies. The Fire Qilin pattern shone brightly. It was very terrifying. Among them, one was the most dazzling. It was a youth who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. He had delicate features, like the boy next door. However, the flames on his body were too terrifying. There was a Qilin totem on his neck. He was the 7th generation. The surrounding prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave were very respectful to this handsome youth. The youth's eyes were red, and the image of a Qilin appeared. He looked around, and a smile appeared on his face. Interesting. It was indeed interesting. It seemed that this wasn't the final destination. How many streets were there like this? According to the ancient Emperor's Qilin's words, they should first investigate the surrounding buildings. Yes, 7th generations, the Fire Qilin Cave's ancient creatures to their bodies were also covered in flames. One of the women, who was about 20 years old, looked at the surrounding flames and squinted her beautiful eyes. It's steedet it, est, Lord, it's the flower yent. Ti Qingcheng. After the beautiful woman heard this, she laughed tenderly. This was natural. Their Fire Qilin Cave also cultivated fire cultivation methods. They's flower, thousand flame, thousand. Qingqing naturally wouldn't tell us everything. But no matter what, we can't let them get the heavenly flame this time. It must be the divine Phoenix Ridge. The beautiful woman's eyes shone with a bright light. There was even a phoenix's image on her body that soared into the sky. Of course, the other prodigies of the divine Emperor Ridge were also full of confidence. So what if it was the Fire Qilin Cave? The divine Phoenix Ridge had never been afraid of anyone. Nest of 10,000 dragons. A group of dragon-like creatures occupied that place, and no one dared to approach. Some of them were in the state of a dragon. Some had human dragon heads, or dragon wings. In short, the dragon blood on their bodies was overflowing, making people faint with just a glance. At the front was a young man. He had a handsome face and wore a yellow robe. There was no dragon on him at all. Those who didn't know better would think that he was a human youth. However, the surrounding ancient creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons were very respectful to this young man, because this was their young king, Fire Dragon King. This title was incredible because it wasn't a simple compliment. The other party was really an invincible king, a very young, invincible king. Moreover, he had an extremely strong bloodline of dragons. This was definitely a young and extremely terrifying genius. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered. Beside him, there was a flying dragon circling there. The flying dragon's eyes emitted an incomparably strange light as if it was investigating some kind of situation. Gradually, the strange runes in the flying dragon's eyes disappeared. The Fire Dragon King beside him asked in a deep voice, "How is it?" "Not good, Your Majesty. There is a 9th-generation grandson on the divine Phoenix Regicide." "What about the Fire Chilin Cave?" Hearing those words, the other ancient beasts also asked the same question. The flying dragon's expression was very solemn. The Fire Chilin Cave was even more extraordinary this time. A 7th-generation grandson had come. What? A 7th-generation grandson? As soon as these words were said, the ancient creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons were also moved. Even the Fire Dragon King frowned, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. Around him, it instantly turned into a world of flames that could devour everything. Damn it, this Fire Chilin Cave's ambition was really big. They actually sent out a 7th-generation grandson. If someone was here and heard this, they would definitely scream in fear and faint. This was because Bai Chen Shan, the 10th-generation grandson, was already very terrifying. As soon as he appeared, he swept in all directions, suppressing the humans so much that they couldn't even raise their heads. And now, a 9th-generation grandson had walked out of the divine Phoenix Ridge. What was even more shocking was that the Fire Chilin Cave had sent a 7th-generation grandson. How powerful and terrifying was this? No wonder even a powerful existence like the nest of 10,000 dragons had a solemn expression. So what if he was a 7th-generation grandson? Our Fire Dragon King was not afraid of him. At this moment, an ancient creature snorted coldly. The others also agreed. Hope was restored in their eyes as they looked at the young figure in front of them and said excitedly, if this time they didn't send a 7th-generation grandson, but a Fire Dragon King came, his strength would definitely be terrifying. He wouldn't be weaker than the other party's 7th-generation grandson. Moreover, the Fire Dragon King was also of the fire lineage and had dragon blood in his body. Perhaps he would obtain a great opportunity in Heavenly Fire City. All of this made the creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons full of confidence. The young Fire Dragon King even had an evil smile on his face. A 7th-generation grandson? I'm looking forward to fighting him. I hope that when the time comes, he won't disappoint me. Your Majesty, do you want to investigate the humans? The flying dragon in the sky asked as it circled in the sky. There's no need. There's nothing to see on the human side. There are only a few top-notch ones. Among them, South Emperor shouldn't dare to make a move against us easily. Chapter 29-22. According to his speculation, their strength was about the same, and Lin Xian was able to kill Bai Chen Shan, so his strength surpassed that of the 10th-generation grandson. However, no matter how strong he was probably only at the level of the 9th-generation grandson. Compared to me, he was far too weak. At this point, his eyes were filled with disdain. After the other ancient creatures heard this, they also sneered. That's right. How could a mere human be compared to our nest of 10,000 dragons? On the fiery red street, Lin Xian stood there with a golden light in his eyes. Soon he sighed in his heart. It seemed that the situation was very similar to the first street. Although his soul was not suppressed, his vision was. He couldn't see the end at a glance. Therefore, if he wanted to know what was ahead, he had to see it for himself. Lin Xian walked forward, and the dark red dragon and the others followed. After walking for about 2 hours, another figure appeared in front of them. It's that girl. The dark red dragon was surprised. Lin Xian also smiled and shouted, "Sure." The people in front of them were from the purple glow Holy Land. Shen Jingqiu puffed up her cheeks and was about to walk forward or backward. Suddenly, she heard a shout from behind. It was Big Brother Lin Xian's voice. Shen Jingqiu was very happy. She quickly turned around. "Big Brother Lin Xian, it's really you." She threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Behind them, the people from the purple glow Holy Land also greeted, respectfully. "Greetings, Hall Master Lin." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Then he asked, "Qiu, were you injured in the previous battle?" "How could that be?" "Big Brother Lin Xian, I'm very strong." Shen Jingqiu looked up and said. Then she frowned. However, it was really despicable to let blood stain her body. As a girl, she naturally liked to be beautiful and clean. She was not willing to do such a thing. However, in order to enter the second street, she gritted her teeth. "Let's go and take a look." Lin Xian held Shen Jingqiu's hand and walked into the distance. The people of the purple afterglow Holy Land also let out a sigh of relief. That was great. With Lin Xian here, they would be even safer. Behind him, 2 warriors from the great sage followed. "Where's Little White? Let him come out and play with me. I brought a lot of spirit fruits." Shen Jingqiu took out a few spirit fruits from her storage ring. As soon as the fragrance came out, the little white monkey immediately came out of the black earth. With a whoosh, it pounced into Shen Jingqiu's arms, hugged the spirit fruit, and happily gnawed on it. "Little White, you can't just eat. Look around and see if there are any treasures." Shen Jingqiu also knew that the Snow White monkey's ability to find treasures was superb. Therefore, she wanted him to take a look. Lin Xian and the rest were also looking forward to it. The little white monkey looked around and shrugged helplessly. This scene made many people sigh. Could it be that there were no treasures in Skyfire City? It shouldn't be. This damn monkey was only interested in eating recently. It probably didn't have any spirit fruits or spirit herbs. There must be other treasures. The dark red dragon said from the side. After everyone heard this, they also came to a realization. Indeed, for example, strange flames, weapons, and cultivation techniques, the little white monkey probably wouldn't investigate them. It seemed that they still had to search patiently. After walking for about half an hour, the little white monkey suddenly jumped up and pointed at a pavilion in front of them, chirping. What was going on? Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped. He frowned. Could it be that there was something in front of them? The others were also excited. Great, there was finally a treasure. Could it be a spirit herb? The spirit herbs here were really valuable. One of them was probably comparable to the king herbs outside. They were very excited as they looked forward. They saw a half-open door of a building in front of them. It was pitch black inside, and they couldn't see what was inside. Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Not good. He threw out a punch. Inside the pitch-black door, a cold light suddenly flickered. Lin Xian realized that it was the light of an eye. There was something inside. Was there someone? He didn't know. It was better to strike first. A terrifying light shone in all directions, causing the surrounding space to shatter. Everyone was surprised. They couldn't understand why Lin Xian wanted to attack. However, the dark red dragon and Shen Jingqiu saw it. The two of them were also surprised. Whoosh! From the huge building, a fiery red figure rushed out and pounced at Lin Xian. With a bang, the figure was sent flying. He hit it. There was something. Something actually appeared in the building. Behind them, the warriors of Immortal Palace and Purple Dawn Holy Land also exclaimed. They didn't notice it at all. Fortunately, it was Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would have been attacked inexplicably. Damn it, who was it? How dare they hide in the building and attack us? Could it be someone from the 10,000 Archean races? It must be them. These people gritted their teeth. In their opinion, Only the 10,000 Archean races could be so vicious. Lin Xian stopped and frowned because he realized that it wasn't someone from the 10,000 Archean races in front of him. It was a cheetah. However, it was different from the cheetahs outside. The cheetah was covered in flames as if it wasn't a real creature. However, at this moment, it was hit by Lin Xian. The cheetah's body split open and blood flowed out. This made Lin Xian know that the other party was indeed a real creature that existed in Sky Flame City. Moreover, it was hidden in the building. This wasn't a good sign. This was the only place in the city. Was there a mysterious creature? Were there any in the other buildings? Was there something even more terrifying? Su Qin thought of many things in an instant. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that the other party's body didn't turn into a bloody mist after receiving his punch. Instead, it only split open. This was too inconceivable. One had to know how terrifying his punch was. Ordinary, invincible kings wouldn't be able to withstand it. If it was an almighty, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all and would probably turn into a bloody mist instantly. Could it be that the cheetah's body was the same as that of an invincible king? The others also realized this point. In an instant, everyone was in a state of panic. However, what made them feel at ease was that, along the way, only one cheetah had appeared in this place. It seemed that even if there were such fiery creatures, there shouldn't be many of them. The dark red creature waved its dragon claw and grabbed the corpse of the cheetah. Let me see what exactly this thing is. Although the cheetah was dead, the flames on its body didn't disappear. The dark red dragon stretched out its dragon claw, and the flames actually wanted to burn its dragon claw. With a rumble, dragon aura wrapped around the dragon claw and directly sent the flames flying. It forcefully snatched the cheetah's corpse. At the same time, it was very dissatisfied. Damn it, where the hell was this place? The flames were actually so terrifying. Indeed, an ordinary person probably wouldn't be able to withstand such a flame attack. However, the dark red dragon was a little excited. Why do I feel like this cheetah's corpse is even more delicious than those ancient creatures? It was drooling. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He glanced at the cheetah's corpse and didn't pay it any more attention. Chapter 29-23. He found that a red crystal had fallen out of the body of the flame cheetah. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian caught the red crystal in his hand. What pure fire elemental energy! Lin Xian was surprised. It should be something similar to a demon core. The dark red dragon glanced at it. Lin Xian tried to absorb it. He was very surprised. It was much stronger than ordinary demon cores. After saying that, a dragon shadow appeared behind him. The dragon opened its mouth and directly rushed in the thorny red crystal. This dragon shadow was the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian now would infinitely improve the great dragon sword soul as long as he had the chance. After swallowing the red crystal, Lin Xian did not waste the flames on the corpse. He directly used the Nine Suns' divine fire to merge with it and devoured it, to improve the power of the Nine Suns' divine body. It was too little. It would be great if there were more of these flame beasts. Lin Xian felt a little regretful. He opened his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked around, hoping to find a few more flame beasts. However, after a round of investigation, there were no other beasts. Let's go. Lin Xian shook his head. It seemed that these beasts could only be encountered by chance. The group went on the road again. After flying for another hour, another figure appeared in front of them. It was not the 10,000 ancient herbs. The dark red dragon glanced at it. Shen Jingqiu, who was next to him, exclaimed. It was the people of the Purple Glow Holy Land. Oh, the Purple Glow Holy Land. Lin Xian was surprised. The people of the Purple Glow Holy Land separated? One had to know that Shen Jingqiu was currently leading a group of Purple Afterglow Holy Land martial artists. Yes, Shen Jingqiu nodded. This time, in addition to me, there are a few top geniuses. Even the previous generation's holy sons and holy daughters appeared. They also led a group of disciples and left alone. So that was what was going on. Lin Xian nodded. He asked, "So do you still want to go?" Before Shen Jingqiu could answer, the people in front had already found their traces. "Who is it?" Someone exclaimed. "She is the holy maiden of our holy lands." Soon, they noticed Shen Jingqiu and quickly walked over. "Jingqiu, is that you? Were you hurt? Let me have a look." A group of people quickly flew over from the front. These people were surrounded by a mysterious purple aura. Among them, there was a tall and handsome man. His eyes were burning as he stared at Shen Jingqiu. He asked with concern. Seeing this scene, the Immortal Palace's cultivators immediately frowned. All of them had unkind expressions. Who is this person? What was the meaning of this? He actually dared to have designs on their boss's woman? After all, Shen Jingqiu and their hall master had an unusual relationship. But now this person actually dared to poach him? They were so angry that they gnashed their teeth, wishing they could beat the other party into a pig head. The dark red divine dragon laughed as well. There would be a good show to watch. Humph! Lin Xian frowned slightly and looked at him. This young man was tall and had a handsome face. He wore a purple robe with clouds drawn on it. The purple aura on his body was abnormally rich, and his aura was even more powerful. He was far more powerful than ordinary saints and saintesses. He should not be the current saint. It seemed that he was the previous saint of the Purple Glow Holy Land. Lin Xian guessed in his heart, this person should be almost 400 years old. He was very powerful, but Lin Xian did not take him seriously. The tall young man continued, "Jingqiu, this place is too dangerous and mysterious. There might be terrifying arrays and unknown existences. Why don't you come with me? With me around, I will definitely be able to protect your safety. I will definitely not let you come to any danger. This time my grandfather gave me a few powerful Dharma artifacts. Even if I encounter those primordial geniuses, I will not be afraid." The tall young man was very confident. His grandfather was a very terrifying Grand Elder in the Purple Glow Holy Land. In this case, coupled with the tall young man's identity, if it were any other female cultivator, they would have eagerly agreed. However, Shen Jingqiu shook her head. "No, I don't need your protection." Was he rejected? The Purple Glow Holy Land cultivators behind the tall young man also frowned. The tall young man was stunned. In the next moment, his gaze turned towards the person beside Shen Jingqiu. He finally saw Lin Xian. "It's you." The tall young man's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of astonishment. He knew about Lin Xian. The latter's terror had long since spread throughout the entire True Spirit continent. He had also seen Lin Xian a few times. Therefore, he recognized him with a single glance. Lin Xian was also coldly looking at the tall young man. Their gazes collided in the air, causing the void to shatter. The people of the Purple Glow Holy Land were extremely nervous. Lin Xian was a demonic, godlike existence. He could even kill the 10th generation saint. Most likely, no one would be able to easily suppress him. So powerful. The previous generation saint of the Purple Glow Holy Land's heart was also beating wildly. The other party was indeed too powerful. Even the light god's gaze seemed to be able to pierce through him. In an instant, his face became incomparably gloomy. He also liked Shen Jingqiu and wanted to possess Shen Jingqiu. However, the relationship between Shen Jingqiu and this Lin Xian was not shallow. Moreover, Lin Xian was so powerful. This made him incomparably jealous. "Humph, so what if you're powerful? This time, my grandfather gave me a few magical treasures. Once I use them, I don't believe I can't subdue you." The tall young man coldly snorted in his heart. However, he still wasn't willing to casually make a move against Lin Xian. His gaze once again retracted from Lin Xian and looked toward Shen Jingqiu. "Jingqiu, you're too naive. You don't know how sinister people can be. Some people look good on the surface, but have other ideas in their hearts. But I'm different. We both belong to the purple, glow holy land. I'm absolutely sincere to you. Big brother Lin Xian, let's go." Before the previous generation's saint finished speaking, Xin Jingqiu grabbed Lin Xian's big hand and walked forward. The two of them passed by the tall young man. The tall young man, the previous generation saint of the purple glow holy land, was stunned. His expression became incomparably ugly. A hint of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Damn it, he actually ignored me. He even held my hand in front of everyone. The previous generation saint's lungs were about to explode from anger. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Feeling this aura, the surrounding people's faces changed. This person was so powerful. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. He turned around and frowned. "Why? Are you going to make a move?" A biting cold light appeared in his eyes, causing the previous generation saint's body to tremble and withdraw his aura. "Very well, kid, I'll remember you. I don't know you. You're not qualified for me to remember you." Lin Xian turned around, pulled Xin Jingqiu, and continued on their way. Behind them, the martial artists of Immortal Palace quickly followed. The dark, red divine dragon also glanced at the previous generation saint and revealed a sinister smile. "If you're looking for trouble, I'll eat you. Buzz." He swung his dragon tail and followed. When Lin Xian and the others were far away, the martial artist behind the previous generation saint walked up. Why is this Lin Xian so arrogant? Chapter 29-24. Our Lord just doesn't want to fight with him. That's right, with our Lord and Supreme Elder's treasures, it's very easy to kill this kid. These people sneered. The tall youth's face was gloomy. Damn it, the other party was too arrogant. He actually dared to ignore him. He swore that, as long as there was a chance, he would definitely kill the other party. In front, Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, the dark red divine dragon, and the others walked forward. Not long after, they stopped again. They arrived in front of a palace. This was a very huge palace, as if it was a flame palace. It was incomparably majestic. There were many figures near the palace. There were humans and 10,000 ancient races. Obviously, these people had all entered the second street and arrived here. Seeing Lin Xian arrive, these people also turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they cried out in alarm. Whether it was the human race or the 10,000 ancient races, after seeing Lin Xian, they all had an instinctive fear, because Lin Xian's current reputation was simply too powerful. Other than some extremely top geniuses, no one dared to contend with him. Big Brother Xian. In the crowd, Murong Qingqing called out. She rushed over with the people of the Jade Lake sacred ground to meet up with Lin Xian. Lin Xian asked about Qingqing's previous situation, and then the three of them sat down cross-legged. "What is this place?" Lin Xian asked. Murong Qingqing arrived earlier, but she didn't know much about it. She said that this place was probably a treasure trove. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many people to gather. And let's wait and see if there's a way to crack it. After some discussion, Lin Xian and the others decided to wait here. Gradually, more and more people walked over. Behind them, the previous saint of the Purple Dawn sacred ground also brought his people here. When they arrived and saw the huge flame palace, they were first amazed. When they saw Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu sitting at the side, their expressions changed. Especially the previous saint, his face was terrifyingly dark. However, he still didn't make a move. He snorted coldly and brought his people to the other side. Next, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, Dustless, and the other young geniuses also arrived. Lin Xian greeted them. The people of the 10,000 ancient races also came. The three ancient theocrats were very powerful. In particular, the few figures that made Lin Xian change his expression. Their auras weren't very strong, but Lin Xian could sense that their bodies contained an extremely terrifying power. These people must have deliberately concealed their strength and cultivation. Golden runes flickered in Lin Xian's eyes as he took a deep breath. Leaf, Dao Denier, Dustless, and the other top human experts could also sense that, and were all staring at the newcomers. He's too zez. He had delicate features, like the boy next door, but all of the Fire Qilin Cave's geniuses followed behind him respectfully. Along the way, the people of Fire Qilin Cave were incomparably powerful. Get lost. They occupied a very advantageous position, causing the other humans and ancient creatures below to flee one after another. At the same time, these people were surprised and looked at the 15 to 16-year-old youth. Who was this person? How could he lead the geniuses of Fire Qilin Cave? Could it be another 10th generation grandchild? That was possible. Heavens! Another 10th generation grandchild had appeared. And this time it was a 10th generation grandchild of the ancient theocrats. Everyone exclaimed. On the divine Emperor Ridge's side, a beautiful woman in her 20s also came. Her body was surrounded by a phoenix's shadow. After arriving, she stared at the 15 to 16-year-old youth of Fire Qilin Cave. Her eyes were filled with hostility. The youth turned his head, glanced at her, and no longer paid her any attention. This scene infuriated the 9th generation Lord of the Divine Emperor Ridge. A fierce look appeared in her beautiful eyes. How dare he look down on her? How preposterous! However, before she could say anything, the phoenix's shadow on her body suddenly let out a cry and turned into a flaming phoenix. As soon as this aura appeared, it suppressed all directions, and many people were directly pressed down. The primordial creatures trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. How terrifying! The expressions of the people of Fire Qilin Cave also changed. What was going on? Was Divine Emperor Ridge going to make a move? Although they knew that there would be a battle in the future, the other party couldn't wait to make a move before they found the heavenly flame. Even the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons, who had just arrived, changed their expressions. The young Fire Dragon King also narrowed his eyes. He first stared at the 9th generation Lord of Divine Emperor Ridge. Then he looked at the 15 to 16-year-old youth of Fire Qilin Cave and sneered. On the side of the humans, their expressions changed. They were too powerful. These people from the ancient theocrats made them tremble and feel despair. Yi Wudao, the Alcade sage, Wu Qin, and the others had solemn expressions. Lin Xian also took a deep breath, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. To be honest, even the people of Divine Emperor Ridge were stunned. Was their 9th generation lord really going to make a move? Just as they were about to ask, someone exclaimed, "No, look beside Lin Xian." Beside Lin Xian? What's going on? What happened? Everyone turned their heads. Previously, their gazes were attracted by the 15 to 16-year-old youth and the powerful woman. They didn't pay attention to Lin Xian at all. At this moment, after being reminded, they all turned their heads. In the next moment, they screamed. Lin Xian was majestic and a beautiful woman with a face full of surprise. She also had a phoenix phantom around her body. It seemed like it was going to soar into the sky. This phoenix phantom wasn't made of flames, but of 5 colors. A phoenix, another phoenix. Everyone was shocked, and so were the 10,000 ancient theocrats. Heavens! Was this woman also a powerful existence of Divine Phoenix Ridge? On the other hand, the humans were dumbfounded. No, it was Morong Qingcheng, the Jade Lake Saintess. They naturally knew Morong Qingcheng, but they didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen to Morong Qingcheng. Not to mention these people. Even Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, and the others were surprised. Morong Qingcheng was also stunned. It was rumored that the Jade Lake Saintess had the Phoenix bloodline. It seemed to have been confirmed before, but they didn't expect her bloodline to be so powerful. A man from the Tao Holy Ground said in a deep voice. He was the current holy son of the Tao Holy Ground. As soon as he spoke, everyone came to a realization. Yes, Morong Qingcheng had the Phoenix bloodline. However, everyone thought that Morong Qingcheng might have a trace of the Phoenix bloodline. But looking at it now, that wasn't the case. The other party's bloodline was probably very powerful and terrifying. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a phenomenon. At Divine Phoenix Ridge, the 9th generation Lord turned her head, her beautiful eyes emitting a biting cold flame. She stared at Morong Chingching, and the ancient creatures behind her all exclaimed. Chapter 29-25. The five-colored phoenix was a very rare existence among phoenixes. Their divine Phoenix Ridge had 2 or 3 in the past, but now there was none. But now there was actually someone with the 5-colored phoenix bloodline among the humans. This was really too unbelievable. For a moment, the people of Divine Emperor Ridge didn't dare to believe it. The 5-colored phoenix bloodline? How could it be? The Fire Dragon King was also very surprised. On the other side, the 7th generation of Fire Chilin Cave was also surprised. A piercingly cold light burst out from his clear eyes. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Morong Chingching. Lin Xian was also surprised. What was a 5-colored phoenix? The dark red, sacred dragon exclaimed. It was equivalent to the royal family of dragons. So terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. Although he knew that Morong Chingching had the phoenix bloodline, he didn't expect it to be of such a high grade. It was even taller than these ancient creatures from the Divine Emperor Ridge. Not good. If this was the case, would Chingching be in danger? Lin Xian frowned. He immediately thought of this matter. You don't say. It was really possible. The dark red, sacred dragon also whispered. Morong Chingching formed a seal with her palm and quickly suppressed the phoenix phantom on her body. She knew that her phoenix bloodline should have resonated with these people of Divine Emperor Ridge. That was why such a situation occurred. She also looked at the 9th generation of Divine Emperor Ridge, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She could feel the hostility in his eyes and even a trace of envy. Yes, envy. The other party was actually envious of her. This wasn't a good thing. Morong Chingching felt that she was being stared at by a terrifying ancient royal family. So she smiled bitterly. The surrounding people were really shocked. Heavens, this Jade Lake Saintess was really amazing. Yes, she actually had such a high-grade phoenix bloodline. Do you think this is a good thing? How could Divine Phoenix Ridge allow a human to have such a high-grade phoenix bloodline? You mean Divine Phoenix Ridge wants to make a move on her? That's for sure. Everyone was discussing, and at the same time some people sighed. As expected of someone who was with Lin Xian, he was still being hunted down. Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword spirit and was hunted by countless experts. Now, the woman beside him also possessed a top-notch bloodline. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful anymore. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the fire-godly palace in front of them changed. The flames on them rolled and condensed into 2 flame giants. Every one of them was indomitable, as if they were gods and devils, standing on both sides of the palace. The sudden appearance of the scene attracted everyone's attention once again. Everyone's gaze shifted from Morong Chingching to the flame-godly palace. Had there been any changes? The Fire Chilin Cave's 7th generation Great Master was delighted. The others also cried out in alarm. The Flame Dragon King and the 9th generation Lord's eyes flickered as they stared ahead. Lin Xian, Morong Chingching, and the others also withdrew their thoughts. It seemed like the flame-godly palace was about to open. One's own Line the Snow-White little monkey jumped out from Shen Jingqiu's embrace, looking very excited. It seemed like he had found some good treasures. The Immortal Palace's martial artists were delighted. The Snow-White little monkey was an expert at finding treasures. His performance had given them confidence. It seemed like there was indeed something good in the palace. Everyone was delighted, but soon they began to tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear, because a terrifying pressure was being emitted from the 2 flame giants, bringing with it a monstrous aura as if it was going to suppress the heaven and earth. Damn it, this aura, is it the aura of a saint? Why do I feel like they have the power of laws on them? Everyone was terrified. Lin Xian, Yi Wu Dao, the Flame Dragon King, the seventh generation lord, everyone's expression changed. They felt an irresistible power, but fortunately it was just the aura of the two flame giants, and it wasn't targeted at them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. So terrifying, Heavenly Flame City was indeed mysterious. A palace could emit such an aura, and it could even kill everyone. He wondered what kind of dangers awaited him inside. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Opportunities were often accompanied by risks, and the greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. This was a principle that hadn't changed since ancient times. The Flame Dragon King, the ninth generation lord, and the seventh generation lord. These three archaic theocrats were also shocked. There was nothing they could do. Although they thought they were strong, the aura of the two flame giants was too powerful. They couldn't resist at all. Sure enough, everyone below the saint was an ant. This saying wasn't wrong at all. Who was the one who built Heavenly Flame City? Could it really be something that fell from the immortal world? They were extremely shocked. Just as they were guessing, a figure suddenly rose into the sky, turned into a hurricane, and rushed forward. Not good. Someone was going to beat them to it. Everyone's expression changed. The figure in the sky was extremely tall, roaring at the sky, and his dark green hair danced in the wind. It was a Yaksha clan's expert genius. That's right, it was a Yaksha clan's expert genius, and the one who fought with Lin Xian previously. Previously, Lin Xian had injured the three archaic theocrats, but he didn't kill them. He only let their blood stain his body. They didn't expect that the other party would want to enter the fire sacred palace first. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He had to admit that although the other party had lost to him, his strength was still terrifying. He had about 35,000 archaic power, which wasn't any weaker than those old, undefeatable kings. He was courting death. The Flame Dragon King snorted when he saw this. On the other side, the ninth generation lord and the seventh generation lord had a mocking look in their eyes. They didn't move. Did the Yaksha clan really think they could beat them to it? The Yaksha clan's genius in the sky was extremely terrifying. He rushed forward like a demon king. In an instant, he was in front of the fire sacred palace. In the next moment, he was about to break open the red door and enter. However, a terrifying flame suddenly formed on the red door. In an instant, it enveloped the Yaksha clan's genius. The Yaksha clan's genius let out a miserable cry. His body turned into ashes in the flame, and even his soul couldn't escape. Just like that, a peerless prodigy of the ancient era vanished into thin air. What? He was killed. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, and even the archaic theocrats were trembling. The Yaksha clan's genius was extremely powerful, and he was famous among them. However, he was easily killed by a wisp of flame. What kind of palace was this? Could this flame be the heavenly fire? Chapter 29-26. The human warriors were trembling, and their faces were pale. They swore that they must not act rashly. Otherwise, they would probably be reduced to ashes. They wouldn't even be able to cause a ripple. Is it a formation? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The dark red dragon beside him nodded and said, "That's right, it's a formation. It's a super powerful protective formation. It's too profound. It's definitely set up by a supreme expert. What should we do? Can't we go in?" Peacock and the others were shocked when they heard that. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to break it even if they worked together. They wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. The treasury was right in front of them, but they couldn't go in. It was a terrible feeling. The dark red dragon shook his head. That might not be the case. It's just that idiot from the Yaksha race. Can't he wait a little longer? We didn't do anything, and the two flame giants appeared. It's obvious that the palace can be opened. We just need to wait patiently. The dark red dragon god was right. After waiting for about 4 hours, the red door in front of them made a rumbling sound and slowly opened a gap. Great, it's really opened. The immortal palace warriors were excited. The other human warriors were also holding their breaths. The 10,000 ancient races were also excited. Everyone was waiting, and no one dared to act rashly. When the red door finally opened completely, the Fire Dragon King of the nest of 10,000 dragons smiled. It's time to enter. He waved his hand and led his people forward. At the same time, the 7th Lord of the Fire Chillin Cave and the 9th Lord of the Divine Phoenix Ridge did the same. Let's go. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, the dark red dragon, and the others. Everyone set off quickly. The whole process was very quiet. No one made a move. After all, the 2 flame giants were eyeing them. They didn't dare to act recklessly in front of them. After entering, everyone was stunned. Lin Xian's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also opened their small mouths wide. The dark red divine dragon also exclaimed, "Damn, where is this place? Did we come to the wrong place?" Screams rang out as the scene inside the Flame Godly Palace was completely different from what they had imagined. To be honest, these people were all top-notch geniuses who hadn't explored ancient ruins before. Lin Xian had also been there many times. He had even entered the tombs of saints. However, it was completely different from the scene in front of him. Behind the flaming door was an incomparably vast hall. This hall was very normal, but the scene inside the hall was abnormal. At this moment, the main hall was covered in blood, and all kinds of corpses and remains were scattered all over the place. It was clear that this place had experienced an incomparably tragic battle. On the ground, on the walls, on the stone pillars, there were terrifying cracks everywhere. The blood still hadn't dried up completely. One could only imagine how terrifying those who had died were. Damn it! Just what is this palace? Why are these people fighting? Could it be that they were all fighting for some treasure? Who are these people? Are they the experts of the true spirit world? Everyone was puzzled. Be careful! The Fire Dragon King, 7th generation and 9th generation, said to the ancient creatures behind them. They took the lead and walked forward. When their feet stepped on the dried blood, their bodies trembled. They felt a terrifying aura as if it was going to devour them. Fortunately, the blood had dried for tens of thousands of years. Although there were still remnants, the baleful aura on it was already very weak. Otherwise, a drop of blood would be enough to kill them. Let's be careful. Lin Xian activated the 9-yang divine body, and the 9-yang divine fire enveloped the immortal palace's martial artists. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also activated their king domains and followed Lin Xian forward. Everyone was very careful. Fortunately, they hadn't discovered any danger so far, and they hadn't been attacked. Wu Ji the Snow White little monkey suddenly jumped up. With a wave of its little paw, it grabbed a broken sword on the ground. Buzz, a terrifying light shone in all directions, and a terrifying murderous aura swept over like a tide. In an instant, it filled the entire void. Everyone's bodies trembled, and their scalps went numb. They stopped and turned around. Damn it, who is it? Who is it? Are they trying to kill us? They screamed crazily. Lin Xian was also shocked. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed, "Damn it! Damn monkey, what are you doing?" He was also scared. Who knew if there were any formations here? Why would the Snow White little monkey move around? Lin Xian was very confused. Little White, on the other hand, made funny faces at the crowd and went to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian was very surprised. Little White picked up a broken sword, but it didn't cause any terrifying consequences. Moreover, the broken sword in the Snow White monkey's hand was very sharp. It seemed to be a top-grade heaven-grade weapon. It was really surprising that a casual grab was a top-grade heaven-grade weapon. One had to know that although he had a half-step sacred artifact in his hand, top-grade heaven-grade artifacts were not cabbages. They were very terrifying, especially this short sword. It had been tens of thousands of years, but it still emitted such a terrifying aura. One could imagine how terrifying it was in the past. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone else also noticed this. They looked at the weapons on the ground in shock and exclaimed, "Heavens, we're rich! This was a rare treasure." Someone else took action, pulling out a long saber and a long spear. They found that each of them was incomparably sharp. Although they were broken, they were even more terrifying than the weapons in their hands. "Oh no, it's not a top-grade, heaven-grade artifact." The dark red divine dragon shook his head. "This should be a high-grade, heaven-grade artifact." "What? A high-grade, heaven-grade artifact? It's so powerful." Everyone had looks of disbelief, but Yi Wu Dao and the others nodded. That's right, it really was a high-grade, heaven-grade artifact. The primeval genius's expressions also flickered. They found that it was as the dark red divine dragon said. These were only high-grade, heaven-grade artifacts, but their sharpness was not inferior to their own top-grade, heaven-grade artifacts. These weapons were even stronger than their own. The 10,000 ancient races were also shocked. Just what era were these weapons from? Could it be that these people who died were all characters from before the primeval era? This was too shocking. Cries of surprise and speculation rang out. Many people's eyes turned red. These were all treasures. If they were refined, they would definitely be divine weapons. This is great. They're finally rich. How could there be no treasures in Skyfar City? Chapter 29-27. Damn it, this is ours. They were extremely arrogant as they stared at the humans. The human martialists looked gloomy as they gritted their teeth. Damn it, how tyrannical. They want to seize the treasures as soon as they see them. Don't fight with them. This hall is so big. Let's just go to other areas. Many people were discussing this. They did not want to clash with the 10,000 ancient races, but they would not give up on the treasures here. Fortunately, the hall was big enough for them to search in other areas. All of a sudden, the human martialists spread out and searched in all directions. Even the 10,000 ancient races had distanced themselves from each other. The groups that had gathered quickly disbanded. Peacock, go and search the surroundings. Be careful of your own safety. Lin Xian turned around and said to the martialists of Immortal Palace. Yes, Peacock and the rest were overjoyed. The martialists of Immortal Palace were even more excited. Lin Xian and the rest might not be interested in treasures of this grade, but it did not mean that these people would not be interested. In their eyes, this was a divine weapon. Therefore, after getting Lin Xian's permission, the martialists of Immortal Palace quickly spread out in all directions. Let's go and take a look. Only the dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu were left by Lin Xian's side. He did not plan to separate from these people, because he had a feeling that the flame sacred palace was not that simple. Therefore, it was better for them to stick together. The previous saint of the purple dawn, sacred ground, gnashed his teeth in anger as he watched Shen Jingqiu and Lin Xian leave. On the other side, the ninth lord of the royal mountain range also stared at Morong Qingqing. His eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, the fire dragon king also looked in Lin Xian's direction. He was staring at Lin Xian. Was this the kid who possessed the great dragon sword soul? How could a puny human like him possess such a thing? Just wait and find an opportunity to kill him. The great dragon sword soul belongs to us. The people from the Fire Qilin Cave also glanced at Lin Xian. They were also tempted by the great dragon sword soul. After all, that was one of the 5 swords of the world. There was no one who wouldn't be jealous. However, Lin Xian's current strength was simply too strong. Ordinary people simply did not dare to have any ideas about him. However, they were not afraid. They were confident that they could kill the other party. Of course, this Fire Qilin Cave's 7th generation had another idea. That was Lin Xian's 9-yang divine flame. In his opinion, Eating Lin Xian would increase the power of his flames. Of course, now was not the time to make a move. Lin Xian and the others walked forward cautiously. Lin Xian also activated his heavenly secret god eyes and carefully observed his surroundings. What is this? Murong Qingqing reached out her hand and grabbed out a broken ring. She probed with her soul and was astonished. The inside of the storage ring is broken, but there are still some things. She discovered that there were 2 weapons and a few bottles of pills inside. Other than that, there was nothing else. From the looks of it, there should have been a cultivation technique, but because the storage ring was broken, the cultivation technique was directly destroyed. This hairpin was also a treasure. Shen Jingqiu was also looking for it. Who are these people? Any piece of jewelry that they wear is a top-grade treasure. They were extremely amazed. At this moment, the snow-white little fox exclaimed and pointed in a direction ahead, chattering nonstop. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light. He looked ahead and then exclaimed in surprise, "There are actually spirit herbs. Let's go and take a look." The group of people flew forward. Soon they arrived there. In front of them, there was a fiery red spirit herb growing out of the ground and blood. The spirit herb was not very tall. It was only as tall as 2 palms. There were mysterious patterns on it, and there were small flames dancing on it. The blazing flower was actually such a thing. It was almost extinct in the outside world. The dark red dragon exclaimed. Lin Xian's eyes were also burning. Indeed, this was a fire elemental spirit herb, a very precious spirit herb. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This thing was very useful for improving his 9-yang divine constitution. That's great. I didn't expect to find such a treasure so soon after coming to the flame godly palace. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Just as he was about to move, in the next moment his eyelids twitched and a biting cold light appeared in his eyes. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and his face darkened. He looked around. That was because he discovered a few obscure auras around him. These auras were almost invisible. Even an invincible king might not be able to detect them. Fortunately, he had the heavenly secret godly eyes. Otherwise, he would not have been able to detect them. Damn it, it was a trap. Lin Xian grabbed Little White and told it not to act rashly. Then he sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. After the 3 of them learned about it, they were also very surprised. There were people in the dark. It seemed that these people had discovered the blazing fire flower but did not take it away. Instead, they hid in the surroundings and waited for others. When others saw the blazing fire flower, they would definitely be overjoyed. That would be when people were the most relaxed. They could then attack and kill the other party. How vicious! They should be people from the 10,000 ancient races. Lin Xian said through voice transmission. They were probably the only ones who had the idea and the strength to plot against others. Can you tell which race they are from? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. No, they must have used some kind of treasure to hide their bodies. If not for the heavenly secret godly eyes, I wouldn't have discovered them. That was indeed the case. Previously, the dark red dragon, Shen Jingqiu, and Murong Qingqing did not discover them. Therefore, this made them feel a lingering fear. Then what should we do? Shen Jingqiu asked. Lin Xian said through voice transmission. Since they want to kill us, they should be prepared to be killed instead. We'll pretend that we don't know and directly pluck the blazing fire flower to lure them out. When the time comes, we'll give them a blow of thunder. I want to see who dares to plot against me here. Okay, I'll go. Murong Qingqing nodded and walked forward. Soon, she arrived in front of the blazing fire flower. There were indeed a few figures hiding in the dark. There were a total of 3 people. The 3 of them were gathered together and draped in a light shadow that completely isolated their auras. Even invincible kings couldn't detect them. So this was the reason why the 3 of them dared to set up a trap here. Damn it, it's actually that human brat? Is it him? He has the 9 yang divine body and the dragon's sword soul. Can we beat him? There were 2 men and a woman hiding in the dark. These 3 people looked like humans, but they had red feathers on their bodies and red wings on their backs. Obviously, they were from the ancient royal family. They were the 3 geniuses of the ancient royal family, the Redwing race. They naturally recognized Lin Xian, so they were very surprised. They were considering whether to make a move. One of the tall young men snorted coldly. What does that brat have? Although he's powerful, he doesn't know of our existence at all. Chapter 29-28. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could at least severely injure him. It would be easy to kill him later. That was indeed the case. The female prodigy next to him also said, I have a Dharma treasure here that can damage a person's soul. When the time comes, we can attack together. I don't believe that we can't kill this kid. The 3 of them sneered malevolently, but soon they were stunned. It wasn't Lin Xian who attacked, but a peerless beauty who was beside Lin Xian. It was the saintess of the Jade Lake. She had a 5-colored phoenix phantom on her body just now. The female prodigy frowned. The short youth sneered. That's even better. We can capture her and hand her over to the Divine Phoenix Ridge. Divine Phoenix Ridge will definitely exchange a treasure with us. That was a good idea. The tall prodigy also nodded. The 3 of them smiled malevolently. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't have to face Lin Xian immediately. This allowed their success rate to increase a little. At the same time, Murong Qingqing had already arrived in front of the blazing flower. She stretched out her slender hands and grabbed the blazing flower. A look of joy appeared on her face, as if she didn't notice the danger around her. Buzz, the prodigy of the Redwing clan who was hiding in the dark, made her move. Who was the one who attacked? A red long sword appeared in her hand. It seemed to be made of feathers. It was abnormally strange. It emitted a scorching and terrifying aura. The sword pierced through the void. The long sword was pointed at Murong Qingqing's forehead. It was obvious that she wanted to kill her with one strike. If she didn't know that there was someone here, Murong Qingqing might really be injured or even killed. But now, she already knew that there was someone hiding in the dark who wanted to attack her. Therefore, although she seemed careless, Murong Qingqing was always prepared. The moment the void fluctuated, Murong Qingqing shouted. Her beautiful eyes emitted a bright light. She raised her slender hands and slapped forward. Buzz! The runes in the sky shone and turned into a phoenix that rushed out. Murong Qingqing didn't have a title. She had been keeping a low profile recently, but that didn't mean that she was weak. She possessed the most powerful bloodline power, so how could her strength be weak? He was definitely standing at the top of the human race. Moreover, as an extreme Tao holy land, the Jade Lake's sacred ground had the inheritance of a great emperor. Although Murong Qingqing had only come into contact with it a little, its power was still extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! The sound of being knocked back rang out as the killing sword made of feathers was smashed into pieces. Murong Qingqing's palm became even more resplendent as it pressed toward the void. In an instant, the phoenix silhouette enveloped the woman who had attacked. Damn it, this is impossible. The woman's expression changed drastically as she screamed. At the same time, her body materialized and she quickly retreated. She was too shocked. The other party was actually able to break her attack with a single move, and was even attacking her in the opposite direction. She simply couldn't believe it. In her eyes, only Lin Xian was a threat. Other than Lin Xian, they didn't care about anyone else. However, the woman beside Lin Xian was so powerful. Damn it, was it because she had the 5-colored phoenix bloodline? The primordial woman's expression was cold as she moved extremely quickly. The pair of fiery red wings on her back flapped as she quickly retreated. Kill! At the same time, the other 2 sky prides from the Redwing clan, who were hiding in the dark, also made their move. The tall youth snorted as a fiery red spear shot down from the sky like a red lightning bolt. piercing toward Lin Xian. The other short youth had a dagger in his hand. His target was Shin Jingqiu. The two of them appeared very suddenly, and their speed was also very fast. Their strength was no weaker than the woman who had attacked before. It could be said that they were going to kill him. However, Lin Xian sneered. He had already discovered the other party's tracks. When he saw the other party attack, he snorted coldly and stretched out his hand. It was like a golden mountain as it slammed toward the other party. "You're courting death." The tall man from the Red Wing clan shouted angrily. The other party dared to fight him barehanded. He was underestimating him. He swore that he would chop off the other party's hand. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The fiery red spear collided with Lin Xian's hand, causing sparks to fly. The surrounding void was shattering rapidly, and the runes in the sky were trembling nonstop. What? The tall Sky Pride from the Red Wing clan widened his eyes in disbelief. That was because Lin Xian had grabbed his spear and swung it forcefully. Clang! The spear broke into two halves. As for him, he was also sent flying by an enormous power. His opponent had broken his weapon with his bare hands. This was driving him crazy. In the next moment, he screamed before he could react. Lin Xian leaped high into the air and stomped down on Yi Fuqian's body. With a loud boom, his body was trampled into pieces. Uft! Ah! Blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, a scream was heard from the other side. It was not Shin Jingqiu, but the short young man who had attacked the neurosphere. Although Shin Jingqiu was innocent, she was not weak at all. The purple qi on her body surged and turned into a purple gourd. A wisp of qi knocked away the other party's dagger. The other 3 wisps of qi pierced through the short young man's body. The short young man's feathers fell from his body as he screamed in pain. Damn it, how could this be? They roared crazily in disbelief. The short young man retreated frantically. The tall young man who had been crushed was also regenerating his body in the distance. His face was extremely pale. The other primordial woman was sent flying by Murong Qingqing. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Damn it! They could not believe that the 3 of them were too strong. They could accept it if Lin Xian had injured them. However, what was going on with Murong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu? They had never heard of such a powerful saintess in the human race. Damn it, they were too careless. They had underestimated them. They had to leave quickly. They were not to be trifled with. The 3 of them discussed for a while and turned to leave. "You want to leave? Did I allow you to leave?" Lin Xian sneered. The other party had tried to assassinate them in the dark. They wanted to leave after failing the assassination? How could there be such a good thing? Was he someone who could be assassinated? He waved his hand, and the 9 suns' divine fire in the sky formed a large net that enveloped the entire world. Bang! 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 The 3 prodigies from the Red Wing clan crashed into the flame net and were knocked back. Damn it! How dare you stop us? They were furious. We are from the Red Wing clan. So what? Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He even dared to kill the 10th generation of the Silver Group, let alone the 3 of you. How dare you assassinate me? Kneel down and accept your death. Chapter 29:29. The 3 prodigies of the Crimson Lunar race were shocked when they heard that. Oh no, the other party is going to attack. They regretted it now. They had been too arrogant. They thought that they would succeed if they launched a sneak attack. Who would have thought that the other party was so powerful that he was not afraid of their sneak attack at all? Moreover, the other party was very powerful. Even the 10th generation of the Crimson Lunar race had been crippled by him, let alone them. Don't fight him head-on. Hide so that he can't find you. The 3 figures flashed and disappeared from the void in an instant. They disappeared again. Murong Qingqing exclaimed. Shin Jingqiu also frowned. They could not find any trace of them. Damn it, they should have a Dharma treasure. The dark, red divine dragon was also gnashing its teeth. Little Xian, Hurry up and kill them. Snatch the treasure. Lin Xian did not say anything. His eyes shone with a golden light as he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and looked down mercilessly. Boom! Suddenly, he waved his fist and smashed it in a certain direction in the void. With a bang, the void split open, and 3 figures were sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and many of their bodies were torn apart. Damn it! How did you discover us? The 3 of them were about to go crazy. Their faces were filled with disbelief. It's over. We've been tricked. That brat already knew about our existence. The 3 of them finally understood that the other party must have discovered them in advance. Otherwise, the assassination earlier would have been a success. But how is that possible? They had a precious treasure from the Red Wing race that could hide their auras. Even an invincible king could not detect it. No one below the sage level would be able to detect it. How did the other party discover us? Look, what's that? One of them pointed at the sky, his body trembling. Even his teeth were chattering. The other 2 looked up and felt their scalps go numb. A golden eye was looking down at the world. Damn it, he knows our techniques. In an instant, they realized that the other party must have mastered an extremely terrifying eye technique. That was how he discovered their tracks. But what kind of eye technique could be so powerful? However, the situation was critical, and they did not have time to think too much. The other party's huge golden hand grabbed out once again, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was like the 5-finger mountain enveloping the entire world. The 5 fingers gradually closed together, and the surrounding space kept shattering and squeezing. The pressure was so great that even their bones were broken. Damn it, get lost! The 3 geniuses of the Crimson Wings race roared out in a frenzy. Their bodies shone with a radiance that could destroy everything. However, he was unable to escape from Lin Xian's grasp. They were in despair. They were also geniuses of their respective clans and were extremely powerful. Killing people was as easy as slaughtering dogs. However, in the hands of Lin Xian, they seemed to have become ants. Bang, bang, bang in the end. Their bodies shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The 3 souls floated out, wanting to escape. The god's eye in the sky spun and emitted wisps of soul flames. They floated out and ignited the souls of the 3. Ah, no, damn it, you dare to kill me. Ah, spare my life, spare my life. I will never find trouble with you again. Angry roars, threats, and pleas for mercy rang out, but it was useless. In an instant, their souls were burned clean. In the sky, a feather floated down. It was sparkling and translucent, giving off a strange glow. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the feather, studying it carefully. Then he frowned and said, "This should be the thing that hid the aura of the 3. Really, let me see." After the dark red divine dragon took the feather, his eyes lit up. This should be the feather of the Crimson Wings, race's sage. It actually had such a remarkable ability. Qingcheng, this feather is for you. Lin Xian gave the feather to Murong Qingcheng. Because Murong Qingcheng had just been found out that she had the 5-colored phoenix bloodline. The people of the divine Phoenix Ridge might harm her in the future. If she had this feather, she could hide herself at any time and it would be a good way to escape. Murong Qingcheng did not stand on ceremony. She took the feather and imprinted her mark on it. Then she kept it. Whoosh, the snow-white little monkey's figure flashed and picked up the flaming fruit. Then he jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder excitedly. Lin Xian said, "Good, good, good. Little guy, you did well. I'll give you a piece." He waved his hand and divided the flaming fruit into 5 portions, 1 for each of them. "Ha! Then I won't stand on ceremony." The dark red divine dragon swallowed it directly. Then he stared at the others while drooling. The snow-white little monkey hugged a flaming fruit and ate happily. Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng, and Xin Jingqiu also swallowed the flaming fruit. Lin Xian sat cross-legged. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body bloomed and quickly absorbed the pure energy inside. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu did the same. Not long after, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The divine fire on his body shone even brighter. "Kid, you've become stronger again." After the dark red divine dragon absorbed the essence blood of the 3 Red Wing clan members, he flew over. The dragon blood on his body surged, and the terrifying aura shocked Lin Xian. In terms of bloodline, even the Flaming Dragon King could not compare to the dark red divine dragon. He wondered if the Dragon Crown Prince's bloodline was stronger than the dark red divine dragon's. While Lin Xian was absorbing the fireball fruit, other battles were also breaking out in other parts of the hall. There were many treasures here, some broken weapons, and some spiritual herbs. Naturally, there were many battles. Among them, the most intense battles were between the human race and the 10,000 Archean races. Both sides did not hold back. Not only that, but there were also clashes between the human race. There were even massacres between the 10,000 Archean races. The originally dark red floor was now dyed red with blood. There were many new corpses on the floor. It was a hair-raising sight. "Let's go." Lin Xian and the others continued on their way. Along the way, they found some broken storage rings and some spiritual herbs. Gradually, they realized that the items in the hall were no longer enough to satisfy them. They wanted to see what was behind the hall. After all, such a magical palace could not only have one hall. The others felt the same way. Hence, they gathered in the center again. Many people were overjoyed. Of course, there were also some who felt heartache. Many people had died, and this was only the beginning. Who knew if there were other magical places in Skyfire City? How many geniuses would die because of the heavenly fire this time? Someone sighed. Yes, it was not easy to get out alive, let alone find treasures. Many ancient race members were also gnashing their teeth. They could not accept that the powerful geniuses of the human race had also killed their members. Ah, who dares to kill the geniuses of the Red Wing clan? Chapter 2930. On the left, a man with wings and feathers all over his body roared crazily. His body emitted a monstrous aura that suppressed the surroundings. Everyone's expression changed. Damn it, an invincible king. He was actually an invincible king. The man with feathers was indeed an invincible king. An invincible king below 500 years old, and a prodigy of the ancient royal family. This person's strength was absolutely terrifying. The human cultivators trembled. Under normal circumstances, those below 500 years old were mostly of the younger generation. These people's strength was heaven-defying, and they could fight above their level. Killing an invincible king would not be a problem. However, their cultivation bases were truly 8-star king realm, and they were peerless almighties. Yet, the other party was an invincible king. Coupled with his talent in fighting above his level, the other party's strength was unimaginable. Even the primeval life forms and other Archean chosen felt their eyelids twitch. The members of the 3 archaic theocrats also frowned. What was this Red Wing king doing? To be honest, although they were high and mighty and did not put the other ancient royal family members in their eyes, this time there were a few prodigies from the ancient royal family who were worthy of their attention. This was because they were all invincible kings, young kings. Red Moon King was one of them. Some of the ancient race members who were on good terms with the Red Wing tribe asked. Red Wing King said with a sullen face, 3 prodigies from my Red Wing tribe have been killed. Who did it just now? Everyone in the hall was shocked. Previously, everyone was busy fighting for the treasures here, and even Red Wing King did not notice. Moreover, he did not think that anyone would dare to attack them. Therefore, they were very surprised that 3 prodigies had died. The other ancient creatures from the Red Wing tribe were also roaring. Who was it? Hurry up and kneel down and accept your death. We can give you a quick death. Otherwise, if we find you, we will tear you to pieces and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Damn it, who dared to kill the prodigies of the Red-Winged tribe? The ancient creatures from the Red-Winged tribe looked around. This scene caused the humans to panic. However, some of the prodigies from the 10,000 ancient races were very dissatisfied. However, when they felt Red-Winged King's cold gaze, their hearts jumped and they did not say anything. However, they still snorted coldly. Everyone was shocked by this scene, especially Lin Xian, who narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the 10,000 ancient races were not united. There were many internal conflicts, and no one was willing to submit to the other. Let's go. Fire Dragon King turned around and led the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons forward. No one dared to stop them. The people from the Red-Winged clan were also silent. They didn't even dare to look. Although they were strong, the nest of 10,000 dragons were stronger than them. After the nest of 10,000 dragons, Shen Huangling also led a group of people forward. They wanted to be the first to explore further. The others wanted to leave as well, but King Red Feather snorted coldly and looked around coldly. Those people were so scared that they quickly stopped in their tracks. Red Wing, Red Wing, Red Wing of the Red Wing of the Red Wing, Red Wing of the Red Wing of the Red Wing, Red Wing, Red Wing, were also Red Wing, Red Wing. The others were left here because no one could compete with the Red Feather King. Tell me, who killed the genius of my Red Wing clan? Or did someone see who did it? You can tell me. The 10,000 ancient races have always been on good terms. Why would we attack you? Immediately, a few of the ancient races spoke up. The others also chimed in one after another. We can't do it. I think it's very likely that the humans did it. That's right, it's the humans. Only they would be so reckless as to attack us. Many of the ancient races sneered and pointed the finger at the humans. Hearing this, the humans' faces turned green. Bullsh asterisk T, why would it be us? What evidence do you have? That's right, they were furious. They did not want to be thought of as the culprit. Red Wing King was too powerful. He was probably even more terrifying than Bai Qianshan. After all, Bai Qianshan was only an almighty, but Red Wing King was an invincible king. The people from the Red Wing tribe stared at the human martial artists with unfriendly expressions. Who was it? Stand out. Wherever their gazes landed, the human martial artists trembled. Red Wing King was clear-headed. He said that ordinary human martial artists could not kill their prodigies, not even the saints. It had to be the top prodigies of the human race. That was indeed the case. The human martial artists were terrified. The weaker ones heaved a sigh of relief. However, the top ones frowned, especially the sacred grounds of their clans. They were facing a great enemy. Among them, the Yi clan, Gu clan, Dao East Sacred Ground, Jade Pool, Alcade, Grand Xia Dynasty, and Myriad Buddha Temple were all facing a great enemy. After all, their saints were the top prodigies. They all had the ability to kill each other. Big Brother Lin Xian, what should we do? Murong Qingcheng asked through voice transmission. Lin Xian replied, Don't worry, don't say anything. Leave it to me. Firstly, when he killed them, the dark red divine dragon had set up a layer of array. No one could see it. Secondly, the whole process was very short. He killed them almost instantly. He believed that there would not be any evidence left. Therefore, he would not admit it. Of course, if the Red Wing tribe still wanted to attack him, he did not mind playing with them. The Red Wing King's cold gaze swept past Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, Wu Qin, the Grand Xia Prince, and Lin Xian. These people looked solemn, but they were not afraid. They were the top prodigies and could suppress everything. Although the Red Wing King was strong, they still had the power to fight. King, I suspect it's this kid. That's right. Only this kid would dare to attack our Red Wing clan. Many Red Wing tribe members stared at Lin Xian. The other primordial beings and archaic geniuses also walked over, their eyes flashing with a cold light. That's right. Lin Xian was very strong and arrogant. He did not hesitate to kill the 10,000 Archean tribe members. It was as if he had killed the human martial artists. This made them mad and scared at the same time. But now they were gloating, because Lin Xian had offended the Red Wing King. That was a young, primordial king. He was definitely powerful. Lin Xian might not be able to fight him. "Brat, was it you who did it?" the Red Wing King asked. "Where's the evidence?" Lin Xian sneered. He did not admit or deny it. Instead, he asked for the evidence. "If you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense. You should have heard of the saying that trouble comes from the mouth. So I advise you to think carefully before you speak." Lin Xian spoke again. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Chapter 29:31. Heavens, this kid really doesn't know what's good for him. That's right. The Red Wing tribe already suspected him. Now that this kid is so arrogant, the Red Wing King will definitely not let him go. Damn this kid, he's too despicable. I'll kill him. The archaic creatures of the Red Wing clan were also enraged. A few of them looked gloomy. The Red Wing King's eyes burst out with a fiery red light, like a red sword piercing through the void. He stared at Lin Xian. "Good kid, you have guts. I suspect that you're the one who did it. Kneel down obediently and kowtow to your death." His voice was incomparably cold. Lin Xian was not afraid. He said indifferently, "I've said it before. Where's the evidence?" "You want evidence? Simple, I'll capture you and search your soul. Then I'll know." The Red Wing King also stood out. His powerful aura suppressed the surroundings, causing everyone to be frightened. They couldn't breathe. At this moment, the humans' faces were ugly, especially the warriors of the Immortal Palace. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, there was an exception. That was the previous saint of the Purple Glow Holy Land. He was ecstatic. "Attack! Attack! Kill this kid!" To be honest, he was eager for the Red Wing King to attack Lin Xian and kill Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian was dead, Xin Jingqiu would be his. Therefore, he was looking forward to it. Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Xin Jingqiu were also very worried. After all, the Red Wing King was not an ordinary ancient heaven's pride. Lin Xian waved his hand to calm them down. He looked at the Red Wing King and said coldly, "Don't you want to know the result from me?" "Sure. 3 moves. If you can block 3 of my moves, I'll tell you." What? Lin Xian dared to attack the Red Wing King. And so arrogant. The ancient creatures went crazy. The other ancient heavens' prides were also stunned. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. Did this brat really have no idea of life and death? Or was he tired of living? What a brat! He was indeed insolent. However, it's a pity that you're too arrogant. Do you think that just because you defeated by Qian Shan, you can contend against me? Let me tell you, I am the real invincible king. My strength is above Bai Qianshan's. You have no chance of winning against me. So you agree? Lin Xian asked. Red Feather King waved his hand. Kid, don't talk about defeating me. If I take a step back within 3 moves, I'll admit defeat. Okay, that's what you said. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes shining brightly. At this moment, the god of the 9 suns' rise was released, suppressing the area. It was like a peerless overlord, causing people to tremble. Brat, I will let you know what despair is in front of me. Red Feather King's entire body was covered in flames. His red feathers fluttered in the wind. The dazzling divine light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. His gaze was even more so like a divine rainbow, clashing with the golden gaze, exploding in the sky like brilliant fireworks. The first punch, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. With a boom, the god of the 9 suns' body shone brightly. It was as if thousands of thunder were about to fall. The surrounding people trembled. They quickly retreated. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's strength was indeed incomparably powerful. The immemorial creatures also retreated frantically. Do you think this Lin Xian can win? What a joke! Red Feather King was such a powerful existence. Just wait, he will definitely lose this time, they discussed animatedly. The immemorial creatures of the Red Feather Clan sneered. They had absolute confidence in their young king. Red Feather King stood there like a demon god. The red feathers on his body bloomed, and the surrounding void could not withstand it. Boom! Lin Xian attacked. His golden fist bloomed with dazzling light. It was like a golden crow, quickly passing through the void and killing. Small fry, break for me. Red Feather King was disdainful. The blood in his body surged, and a fierce force burst out, causing people to tremble. He formed a strange hand seal with both hands. Get lost! The red flames on his body jumped and formed an ancient shield in front of him. In the next moment, the golden fist collided with the ancient red shield. With a boom, the entire world exploded. The huge palace shook, and cracks spread everywhere. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Ka ka ka! Suddenly, the red shield made a cracking sound and broke into pieces. However, the golden fist also disappeared into thin air. He blocked it. They were evenly matched. The human warriors exclaimed, and the immemorial creatures screamed. The immemorial creature of the Red Feather Clan laughed wildly. What Central Emperor Lin Xian? In front of Red Feather King, he could not withstand a single blow. That was King Red Feather could block his strongest attack with just a wave of his finger. These people laughed crazily. Red Feather King grinned. I told you, you're not my opponent. Not to mention 3 moves. Even 300 moves will not be able to shake me. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. As expected of the invincible king, he was indeed powerful. But so what? That punch just now was just a test. Next, he would use his real attack. Boom! He punched out again, and the terrifying 9 suns divine fire spun in the sky. Soon, a large cauldron was formed above his fist. The large cauldron was hazy and emitted a heavy aura, as if it was refined with immortal gold. As soon as it appeared, the void collapsed and the raging flames spread. That is, the Celestial Emperor Cauldron. The Yi family warriors were the first to scream. They were shocked and could not believe what they were seeing. When the others heard this, they felt dizzy. Their heads were about to explode. What? The Celestial Emperor Cauldron? You said that the opponent used the Celestial Emperor Cauldron? Damn it, how is that possible? The Celestial Emperor Cauldron was an extreme weapon. Not to mention the human race, even the 10,000 immemorial races were going crazy. The faces of the immemorial prodigies changed. They felt as if they were facing an extreme weapon. Yi Wudao's eyes shone with a cold light. The great dragon sword soul, he used the great dragon sword soul to simulate it. One of the immemorial prodigies screamed. The others were envious. Was this the power of the great dragon sword soul? It was hard to imagine that he could simulate an extreme weapon with just a raise of his hand. At this moment, these people were all tempted. If they could obtain the great dragon sword soul, their strength would go through a heaven-defying change. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. However, when they sensed the aura emanating from Lin Xian's fist, they all shrunk back. Red Feather King's pupils shrank. Humph, it's just an imitation. Do you really think it's an extreme weapon? You want to suppress me? What a joke! He snorted in disdain, and the light on his body became even brighter. Today, I will let you know what it means to be unparalleled. Chapter 2932. With a loud boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding space quickly shattered. King Chi Yu grunted, and the wings behind him dimmed. Countless feathers fell to the ground, and a crack appeared on the ground under his feet. He blocked it. Everyone exclaimed, but King Chi Yu's heart was filled with shock. Although he blocked it, he could no longer feel his wings. The other party's attack was really too powerful, far exceeding his expectations. Damn it! He roared, wanting to resist. However, Lin Xian's third punch came. Under the punch, the Celestial Emperor's cauldron disappeared, and endless light turned into fire dragons. Thousands of them coiled together in the sky, forming the 10,000 dragons diagram. When the 10,000 dragons diagram appeared, the immemorial creatures almost knelt on the ground. "I don't believe it. It's fake. Die for me." King Chi-Yu roared. He also waved his fist, and a huge flame shadow rushed into the sky, wanting to tear everything apart. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram also fell crazily. Another earth-shattering collision. King Chi-Yu grunted and took 5 steps back. The blood in his body was boiling, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It was completely suppressed by him. "What?" King Chi-Yu was forced to retreat. Everyone exclaimed. The immemorial creatures could not believe it. King Chi-Yu roared, "Kid, I want you dead." He could not bear it. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. 3 moves have passed, and you've been forced to retreat 5 steps. You've lost this battle. He stood with his hands behind his back, and he had no intention of attacking. However, the aura on his body became colder. "Nonsense. How could I lose?" King Chi-Yu roared, and the immemorial creatures of the Chi-Yu clan also snorted. "What? You want to slap yourself in the face?" Lin Xian sneered. When he said that, everyone shook their heads. Lin Xian had said it in front of everyone. If King Chi-Yu did not admit it now, it would be embarrassing. The other immemorial creatures would probably look down on the Chi-Yu clan. King Chi-Yu naturally thought of this, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. To be honest, he had been too careless. Previously, he had been full of confidence in himself, thinking that it was impossible for him to be forced back. Even if he passively defended himself, there wouldn't be any problems. How could he have imagined that his opponent would actually transform into an extreme weapon and launch an attack? He was forced to retreat. Although he wasn't injured, and although he was powerful, he couldn't make a move right now. This kind of feeling was really too sullen. Looking up to the sky, King Redwing roared. Endless flames surged from his body, turning into a divine bird that covered the sky. His cold eyes swept across the area. "Good, very good. No one has ever been able to make me suffer. You are the first. I will remember you. Just you wait. The next time I see you, I will kill you with my own hands. Let's go." After saying that, he flapped his wings and flew forward with the archaic life form of the Redwing clan. The other archaic creatures also felt their scalps go numb. The other party was too strong, so strong that they were terrified. They didn't dare to provoke him. Therefore, the 10,000 ancient races quickly followed behind. The human warriors were also shocked. Lin Xian landed and led the people of the immortal palace, Murong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu, forward. How could this kid be so powerful? The previous saint of the Purple Dawn, Holy Land, was terrified. His entire body was drenched in sweat. That was because he was scared. Just now, he almost peed in his pants. The other party was really too strong. He was so strong that it made him terrified. In front of him, Lin Xian and the others strode forward. However, when they reached the depths of the hall, they found that the 3 archaic theocrats had already disappeared. It seemed that the other party left very quickly. Damn it! The Fire Chillin Cave knows more information. If we followed him, it might be easier. But now we have lost them. Now we have to figure everything out by ourselves. The dark red dragon frowned. Lin Xian also looked around. Indeed, the Fire Chillin Cave knew more information. But even without the other party, it wasn't impossible for them to slowly figure it out. It just so happened that they could thoroughly understand this heavenly flame formation. This should be the end of the hall. They should be able to leave after pushing open this door. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the red door in front of him. His eyes flickered. The surrounding ancient life forms and human martial artists also walked over. When they saw this red door, their eyelids twitched wildly. This was because outside the geniuses of the Yiksha clan wanted to forcefully enter the red door. In the end, they were inexplicably killed by a wisp of flame. That scene was still fresh in their minds. Seeing a similar red door, they didn't dare to move at all. There shouldn't be any danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left the nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He took the lead and walked out. The 9-yang divine body bloomed with light as he pressed his palm on the red door. Immediately, a terrifying flame appeared on the red door and enveloped him. It really appeared. The surrounding people cried out in surprise. Lin Xian was also shocked, but in the next moment he roared and resisted. He blocked it. When everyone saw this scene, they screamed again. That's right. Lin Xian blocked the terrifying flames on the red door. However, his situation wasn't good. He was completely surrounded by these flames. From the looks of it, he would be burned to ashes at any moment. Temple Master, Peacock and the others exclaimed. Big Brother Lin Xian. Murong Qingqing and the others were also worried. Those archaic creatures sneered. This kid really didn't know what was good for him. He actually dared to touch this red door. Even if he was burned to death, it wouldn't be an injustice. If he dies, we can snatch the great dragon sword soul. These people had a good idea. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Strange flames? Just what I want. He needed that sort of flame to temper his 9 sons' divine flames to begin with. Thus, with a loud laugh, he began to completely unleash his cultivation technique. Soon, the red flames were refined, absorbed, and gradually disappeared. Seeing this scene, the archaic creatures frowned. No way, this kid can actually resist it? How strange. So what? I'll secretly attack him. A cold voice sounded. Then, everyone felt their vision blur as if something had passed by. However, they couldn't detect it at all. Whoosh! The void behind Lin Xian split open, and a thin black sword pierced towards his head. This moment appeared very suddenly and no one noticed it. When they saw it, it was too late to exclaim. Go to hell. A black shadow appeared. It was a woman with a hazy figure. The black sword in her hand stabbed down mercilessly, and it was about to pierce through Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge. Instead, he slammed his palm towards the red door in front of him. With a bang, endless red flames rushed out from the door and spread in all directions, enveloping the surroundings. Not good. Run. Seeing this scene, those people frantically retreated. The archaic creatures and human warriors also roared. Chapter 29:33. The red flames were too terrifying. They couldn't resist it at all. You're courting death. In the air, the woman wrapped in flames also screamed. She didn't expect the other party to do this. It caught her off guard. The red flames pounced on the thin black sword, causing it to turn into a pool of black liquid and fall into the air. The woman also screamed. One of her arms had melted, causing her to retreat in fear. However, Lin Xian wouldn't allow her to retreat. He swept his leg out like a coiling dragon, coiling around her body. The woman in the black mist and Lin Xian were both enveloped by the red flames that filled the sky. Ah, 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 ah. Miserable screams rang out, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. The archaic creatures were also terrified. This time, the red flames were twice as large as before. I'm afraid both of them are done for. As expected, the woman didn't last long before she stopped breathing. She must be a prodigy of the ghost race. What a pity. Yes, no one would have thought that Lin Xian would want to perish together with the woman. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. However, they were still a little excited. If they could burn Lin Xian to death, so what if 1 or 2 archaic prodigies died? Perish together? You really think highly of yourself. Amidst the flames that filled the sky, a cold voice rang out. Everyone's scalps went numb. Damn it, that kid isn't dead yet. How is that possible? His physique shouldn't be so strong, right? Could it be that he broke through again? Lin Xian's body bloomed with the light of the 9 suns. The 9 suns' divine fire turned into vortexes and crazily absorbed the power of the red flames to temper his body. Every time he absorbed, a sharp light would appear on his body. However, after it healed, the Nine Suns' divine body became even more terrifying. Soon, all the flames were completely absorbed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there like a flaming god of war, a thunderbolt sweeping across the land. This scene made everyone tremble. At the same time, their hearts burned with passion. The red flames had a strange energy. If Lin Xian could cultivate his physique, why couldn't they? Immediately, a few people stepped forward. Among them were a few ancient race prodigies. Leaf Daudenier, the crown prince of the Grand Xia, and the others all stepped forward. 1. They bombarded the red door, attracting flames to temper their bodies. Others tried as well, but the two geniuses from the Five Elements Palace were instantly burned, and their souls escaped. On the other side, the three ancient race beings were also screaming miserably. 2 of them were completely reduced to ashes, and even their souls did not escape. This scene was frightening. If one was not a top-notch genius, no one would dare to use such a flame to temper themselves. 1. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took out the 9-layered pagoda and quickly absorbed the scarlet flames. This 9-floored pagoda was a half-step sacred artifact, and he had obtained it from the war race. At this moment, it was the best time to use it to collect the flames. After absorbing the endless flames, Lin Xian put away the pagoda and said, "Brother Yi, let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, the good stuff would be taken away by those people." Indeed, the 3 ancient royal race prodigies had left, and so had the other ancient royal race prodigies. Yan Nantian, the number 1 genius of the war race, and the others had all left. Therefore, they had to leave as soon as possible. Leaf Daudenier, the crown prince, and the others nodded. Among them, Leaf Daudenier took out a bronze cauldron and collected the flames. The others did the same. They could collect some on the road or in the future. Only half-step sacred artifacts could receive the flames. After all, apart from that, nothing could withstand the might of the flames. Next, Lin Xian, Leaf Daudenier, and the others worked together to open the red door. Among them, Lin Xian's 9-yang divine fire bloomed. Leaf Daudenier's body was overflowing with golden blood. One of them had the 9-yang divine body, while the other had the saint body. It could be said that they were 2 extremely powerful constitutions. The 2 of them were like gods of war. With a roar, they pushed the red door with all their might. In addition to the 2 of them, the Alcade Sage was surrounded by fiend gods. Similarly, he punched out. Wu Qin was like an ancient Buddha. Buddhist light danced around his body. In addition, the Daoi Sage, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the other top geniuses all made their moves. The 10,000 ancient races weren't idle either. They also made their moves. The 1,000 Ghost Race, Blood Moon Race, Stone Race, and the other primordial royal races geniuses all had outstanding talents and terrifying auras. Together, the many geniuses worked together, and finally, the red door slowly opened. Boom, boom, boom. It finally opened. Everyone was incomparably excited. Lin Xian also looked forward. There was a dark passage ahead. The surrounding light couldn't shine in at all. However, they couldn't care less. Let's go. Lin Xian, Leaf Daudenier, and the others took the lead. After they entered, they were like the sun in the darkness, illuminating the surroundings. However, the light on their bodies soon dimmed. It could be said that they were being suppressed. The people who came in later also exclaimed in surprise. They also encountered the same situation. In here, they could only illuminate a few meters around them. Any further, and they couldn't see anything at all. Humph! As more and more people entered, the primordial geniuses looked at Lin Xian and the others and sneered. Their eyes flashed with cold killing intent. In particular, the few royal races from the Red Wing race looked at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. It seemed like they wouldn't give up if they had the chance. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His eyes were like rainbows as they swept across the area. The 10,000 ancient races were shocked. Many of them retracted their gazes. This was because they felt a biting, cold, killing intent explode from Lin Xian's eyes. Qingcheng, Qiu come over. Lin Xian called Murong Qingqing and Xinjing Qiu over. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon also rushed over. They gathered together. On the other side, Leaf Daudenier and Dustless also called the geniuses of their sacred ground families to prepare to leave together. Hey kid, look at the wall. The dark red divine dragon looked around and suddenly pointed at the walls on both sides of the passage. Lin Xian also turned to look. Buzz! His pupils shrank. These runes. Runes? Or Dao runes? He didn't know. The walls were covered with dense runes. They were very mysterious and made one dizzy at a glance. Lin Xian felt a mysterious power being generated from these runes. What a mysterious rune! The dark red divine dragon was also amazed. As he spoke, he waved his dragon claw and pressed it against the wall. Buzz! His dragon blood surged, and red light flowed quickly along the runes. One by one, the runes flickered. A terrifying power slowly spread out, and the entire space froze. It was as if it was going to crush everyone. Damn, what the hell? The dark red divine dragon was shocked. He hurriedly released his dragon claw, and the terrifying power instantly disappeared. This made him feel a lingering fear. The others were also shocked. They walked over to Lin Xian. Chapter 2934. The primordial beasts and human sky prides all looked at the wall. The passage was very long, so they could see the wall without fighting for it. There were runes on the wall. Heavens, were these Dao runes? What profound runes! They all tried. When they injected their energy into the runes, a terrifying aura spread out, as if some peerless beast was about to awaken. They quickly took action. However, some didn't believe it. A top sky pride from the unfettered sect continued to inject his energy. In the end, his body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. He was killed by the runes on the wall. On the other side, a powerhouse from the Stone Tribe was the same. The Stone Tribe was a royal tribe. They had boundless strength and powerful bodies. However, one of their sky prides was killed in an instant. This scene made the primordial beasts tremble. They knew that the runes on the wall were too terrifying and couldn't be touched easily. Otherwise, they would end up in a miserable state. The dark red dragon shrunk its neck. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, it was quick-witted. Indeed, if it hadn't let go of its claw, it would have ended up in a miserable state. On the side, Lin Xian sucked in a deep breath, his expression grave. Murong Qingqing and Xinjing Qiu were also astonished. Yi Wudao Wu Qin and the others were even more so. They stared at the runes in front of them, wanting to see the secrets within. Heaven Fire City was really strange. Just a single passage contained such a terrifying killing intent. Once the runes were activated, none of us would be able to resist it. A sky pride from the Blood Moon tribe frowned. The other primordial sky prides nodded. That was indeed the case. Although they were arrogant and didn't put anything in their eyes, they still felt a trace of fear in front of this mysterious passage. Needless to say, the human sky prides were even more terrified. This time, not only were the current generation's saints here, but even the previous generation's saints were here. They were all under 500 years old, but their strength was comparable to the current generation's saints. There were too many of them. Some of them weren't inferior to the primordial sky prides. At this moment, they quickly took 2 steps back, distancing themselves from the runes. Let's hurry up and leave. This place is too strange. Let's leave the passage and see what's ahead. When these words were spoken, many people cried out in alarm, wanting to leave as soon as possible. However, Lin Xian, Leaf Daudenier, and the others didn't leave. Lin Xian looked at the mysterious runes on the wall, his eyes flickering. The dark red divine dragon at the side also said, "If we can use these runes, who will be our match?" It turned out that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were after the mysterious runes. Indeed, if they could release such a terrifying runic attack with just a wave of their hands, there probably wouldn't be many people in Skyfire City who could be their match. That's easy. Although the runes are complicated, it's not difficult for us to figure them out with our strength. Morong Qingqing said from the side, "Shen Jingqiu, take the seal with your palm." "Let me try." A purple glow appeared in her eyes as she stared at the wall in front of her, trying to comprehend the runes. But soon, she puffed up her cheeks. She couldn't remember it, couldn't comprehend it. What the hell is this? Shen Jingqiu was very dissatisfied. Her talent was extremely high, and she could learn all the martial arts in the sacred grounds in one go. But now, she couldn't comprehend or use these runes. It wasn't just her. The top geniuses around her also began to try. Even some of the primordial geniuses had the idea of using the runes. But soon, cries of surprise rang out in the passage. "Damn it, I can't comprehend it either. Not only can I comprehend it, I can't even remember it. Damn it, there's something wrong with these runes. When I look at them, it's extremely familiar. But when I look away, my mind goes blank. It seems to be able to cut off the connection between us." Lin Xian also frowned. He tried, and found that the runes were deeply imprinted in his mind. But when he turned around and tried to use his spiritual power to create the runes, he found that his mind was blank. The dark red divine dragon tried a few times but failed. He was so anxious that he stomped his feet. "Damn it, this can't be a Dao rune, right? If it's a Dao rune, then it's understandable." With their current strength and vision, they couldn't understand it, because it was the means of a sage. It wasn't a Dao rune. However, even if they didn't know the runes, they weren't far from it. It seemed that they couldn't use these mysterious runes. Yi Wudao sighed, his eyes full of disappointment. On the other side, Wu Qin also shook his head and sighed. The Alcade sage's expression was solemn. He was silent, and the light on his body became even brighter. On the other side, the Blood Moon race, Blue Gull race, and Yiksha race's geniuses were the same. They said in a deep voice that they would try one last time. If it didn't work, they would give up immediately. There were many treasures in Fire City. There was no need for them to waste too much time here for a passage. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Golden light bloomed in his eyes as he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. In addition to the 9 yang divine body and dragon sword soul, he had an even more terrifying eye technique. Heavenly secret divine eyes. So at this moment, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes to forcibly memorize these mysterious runes. Buzz! Buzz! In his eyes, the golden runes kept spinning, forming strange patterns. Fortunately, the surrounding geniuses were trying their best to memorize the runes on the wall. Otherwise, they would definitely scream when they saw Lin Xian's eyes. The reason for that was because Lin Xian's eyes were simply too mysterious. They were like gods. On the side, Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing were also astonished. The dark, red, godly dragon was also startled. He hurriedly set up a formation to cover this bizarre scene. Gradually, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. He frowned, took out a few soul recovery pills from the black earth, and quickly swallowed them. "Kid, how are you?" the dark red dragon asked. Beside him, Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also had a look of concern. Lin Xian shook his head. "I'm fine. I just used some soul energy." "Remember it?" "I remember 3. These runes are too strange and mysterious. I can only remember 3 when I use the heavenly secret divine eyes. I'm very suspicious. Who carved these runes? They're probably not weaker than a sage." Indeed, 3 was his current limit. This was also because he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. He probably couldn't remember any of the others, and if he wanted to forcibly memorize them, he would probably consume too much of his soul energy. In such a place, it was very dangerous to have a weak soul. Therefore, Lin Xian decisively gave up. Remembering 3 was already a pleasant surprise for him. Big brother Lin Xian is so powerful. I can't remember any of them, Xin Jingqiu said with a pout. Chapter 29:35. Since Lin Xian was the only one who could remember the runes, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. Therefore, everyone walked forward. As expected, other than Lin Xian, even people as strong as Yi Wudao and the Alcade Sage gave up. On the other side, the primordial creatures were also roaring angrily. Damn it! One of the Yiksha prodigies was so angry that he attacked the passageway as if he had gone mad. He wanted to destroy the entire passageway. An earth-shattering force surged toward him. It was as if the punch could destroy the world. Boom! The punch landed on the wall, and the runes on it began to dance. The Yiksha prodigy was instantly killed. Everyone was horrified by this scene. The dark red dragon sneered. Don't you know what's good for you? What did you say? The Yiksha prodigies turned their heads and glared at the dark red dragon. They had just lost another prodigy and their hearts were bleeding. How dare someone mock them now? Do you want to die? What did I say? You're all idiots. The dark red dragon said disdainfully. These runes contain unfathomable power. Do you think you can destroy them? If you want to die, you can. But what if you activate all the runes in the passageway? Who would be able to resist then? Are you trying to drag everyone down with you? The dark red divine dragon roared at the end of its sentence. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. That's right. They looked at the Yikshas with unfriendly expressions. These Yikshas are arrogant and crazy. What if they really attack the passageway? If they activate all the runes in the passageway, no one will be able to resist them. Damn it, they're a bunch of lunatics. The human prodigies muttered softly. The primordial creatures also tried to dissuade them. They did not want to die here for no reason. The Yikshas were so angry that they trembled. However, they were the center of attention now, so they could not attack. They were arrogant, but they were not fools. Fighting against all the geniuses by themselves? They would never do such a thing. So they snorted coldly. Fine, kid. I'll remember you. You still want to use a dragon like you? Just you wait. One day, I will personally tear you apart. It was a good opportunity to have a taste of dragon meat. The sky prides of the Yiksha tribe glared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon with ferocious looks on their faces. There was no need to wait for the future. There was a chance now. The people from the Redwing clan were also grinning. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts beat wildly. Lin Xian frowned. The dark red dragon roared. What? You want to fight? Your King Chiyu is not here. Be careful, or he will kill you all. That was indeed the case. In order to chase after the Fire Dragon King, the 7th generation master, and the others, the Red Feather King had left in advance. Although the Redwing clan had their own prodigies, without the Redwing King, the dark red godly dragon would not be afraid of them. Stop being so arrogant. Red Feather King is here. How dare you make a fuss? That is, don't think that you can strut around just because you forced our King Chiyu back. Our Red Feather King is defending passively. Besides, if our Red Feather King attacks with his full power, do you think you can beat him? The prodigies from the Redwing clan sneered. Now, even if our king is not here, we can still kill you. Kid, now is the time of your death. Among them, one of the prodigies from the Redwing clan sneered. With a wave of his arm, a fiery red light surged into the runes on the wall. There was a loud boom. These runes were driven forward by him, enveloping Lin Xian. Damn it! Using someone else to do the dirty work. How could this work? Many people exclaimed and quickly retreated. Lin Xian snorted. Qing Cheng Qiu a retreat. His body shone brightly, forming a fire qilin that charged forward. He did not expect his opponent to use such a method to communicate with the power of the runes on the wall. At the same time, Lin Xian used the yin yang steps. His speed was so fast that he turned into an afterimage on the spot. In the sky, a strand of runes floated, piercing through the fire qilin and shattering Lin Xian's afterimage. How terrifying! Even Lin Xian's attack could be easily shattered. Were the runes on the wall really that terrifying? These people were terrified. At the same time, they were surprised. They did not expect the prodigies from the Red Wing clan to be so powerful. They could even think of using someone else to do the dirty work. Could it be that they could use it too? Some of the human prodigies were overjoyed. They were prepared to use the same move. Perhaps they could kill a few prodigies from the Archean era. However, after they tried it, their faces darkened. They realized that not everyone could use someone else to do the dirty work. It seemed that the prodigies from the Red Wing clan were more powerful than they had imagined. They were definitely a terrifying clan. Kid, how dare you provoke the Red Wing clan? Today is the day you die. One of the prodigies laughed maniacally. Lin Xian's face darkened. How dare his opponent try to kill him? It seemed that the lesson he had taught them was not enough. How dare you provoke me? Do you think I will let you go? He replied coldly. Good lad, you're really arrogant. However, don't think of using the runes on the wall to fight against me. I don't think you can do it. The prodigy from the Red Wing clan sneered. Shameless. What's the point of using the runes on the wall? If you have the ability, fight big brother Lin Xian fairly. Xun Jingqiu snorted from behind. What do you know, little human girl? The winner is king. As long as I kill him, I can use anything. The prodigy from the Red Wing clan was not ashamed at all. Instead, he was proud of it. It seems that you really want to die. In that case, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's killing intent surged. His patience had reached its limit. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were shocked. What? Was Lin Xian going to fight? Could he really fight against the runes on the wall? What a joke! No one there was confident that they could fight against the runes. Even Leaf Dao Denier was frowning. It was not wise to fight with him now. The faces of the people from the Red Wing clan darkened. Their bodies trembled. The other party was too arrogant. They had already mastered the method of killing with a borrowed knife, and he still dared to show off in front of them? Did he really think that they did not dare to kill him? So what if he was the master of the immortal palace? They would kill him without hesitation. Go to hell, brat! The prodigy from the Red Wing clan roared crazily. He could not stand Lin Xian's arrogant appearance. Therefore, he activated the runes on the wall again. He wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. Buzz! The runes on the wall lit up and flew toward Lin Xian. The void shattered, and the terrifying energy shook the entire passage. The surrounding prodigies of the human and Archean races trembled and retreated frantically. They were afraid that they would be affected. Many people were so shocked that they knelt down on the ground, trembling. Be careful, Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing and the others also cried out in alarm. They were extremely nervous. There was nothing they could do. The runes were too terrifying. The energy they contained was mysterious and unfathomable. At this moment, the power of the runes was terrifying. Chapter 2936. That kid is dead meat. Many primordial paragons sneered. That's right. He definitely won't be able to stop them. There was no suspense at all. Those people revealed sinister smiles because they had wanted to kill Lin Xian for a long time. But many of them did not have the strength to do so. Now that they could use the mysterious rune to kill Lin Xian, it was something to be happy about. Lin Xian's expression was cold. To be honest, he did not expect the Red Wing race's prodigy to be able to borrow the power of the rune. At the same time, he made up his mind to kill Lin Xian. The Red Wing race controlled the power of fire and had a mysterious bloodline. Their potential was terrifying. Since they were his enemies, he naturally would not give them another chance. With a flash of his body, Lin Xian used the yin-yang steps and rushed forward. In an instant, he created countless doppelgangers in the tunnel. What? He's rushing over? Many people exclaimed. and the Archean creatures felt their scalps go numb. Impossible! How dare he rush over? Does he have a death wish? They could not believe that Lin Xian should be trembling and running away in the face of such a terrifying rune. However, Lin Xian did the opposite and directly rushed into the mysterious rune. Does that kid think he can fight against the mysterious rune? What a joke! Hee hee, you overestimate yourself. It's a miracle that you're still alive. But now you can die. The prodigy from the Red Wing race laughed sinisterly. He did not think that Lin Xian could fight against the mysterious rune. He speculated that even the young invincible realm cultivator could not fight against it. Moreover, even if that kid had a half-step sage artifact, he would not be able to fight against it. That was because the power of the rune was too terrifying. He had tried before, but half-step sage artifacts did not work. Therefore, in his opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian rose into the air. His body shone brightly like a god of death. He waved his hand, and a white bone flew out of the black earth to meet the attack. He injected power into the hand bone, and it immediately released a terrifying aura. Boom! Many people were pressed to the ground, their bodies trembling. Damn it! The aura of a sage. Heavens, what did I do? Could it be that he has a sage artifact? These people are crazy. Half-step sage tools couldn't block the dreadful runes. However, sage tools could certainly block them. No, with his current strength, he was still unable to activate a sacred artifact. The ancient life forms screamed as well. That was indeed the case. Normally, only people at the sect master level could activate a sacred tool. Even though they were peerless geniuses right now, it was still a little difficult for them to wield sage weapons. He reckoned that his energy would be depleted in just a few moves. At that time, he would be at the mercy of others. Therefore, even if he had a sacred artifact, it would not be of much use. But if it wasn't a saint artifact, then what was it? That power was too terrifying. It caused people to tremble. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the aura emitted by the mysterious runes. Bone, it was a section of bone. Could it be the bones of a saint? One of the stone tribe's geniuses exclaimed. What? The bones of a saint? This kid actually had such a thing in his hands. They were surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a trump card. No wonder he was fearless in the face of the mysterious rune. Boom! In the void, the sound of an intense collision rang out as the space shattered. However, the saint's hand bone managed to block the attack of the mysterious runes. Humph! Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. On the other side, the Red Wing tribe's genius trembled, and his expression became extremely ugly. Damn it, he blocked it. His opponent actually had a way to block the attack of the runes. His heart gradually sank. He had miscalculated. The reason why he dared to fight Lin Xian was because of the talisman characters on the stone wall. In his opinion, he could easily kill Lin Xian as long as he borrowed someone else's knife. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would have the bones of a saint to block the mysterious runes. If he were to face Lin Xian directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Xian appeared in front of the Red Wing tribe's genius and grabbed his head with a large golden hand. Get lost! The Red Wing tribe's genius roared and threw out a terrifying fiery fist. Light flickered and shot up into the sky. However, it was mercilessly extinguished by the large golden hand. In one move, the Red Wing tribe's genius's arm exploded. Blood gushed out and he screamed in agony. The Red Wing tribe's genius screamed crazily. No, you can't kill me. I can't kill you. Give me a reason. Lin Xian sneered. The young king of the Red Wing tribe is right here. If you kill me, the Red Wing king will not let you off. Red Wing king? Is that what you're relying on? To tell you the truth, I'm not afraid of him. If he dares to cause trouble, I'll definitely kill him. Lin Xian's voice was cold. At the same time, the large golden hand fell and smashed the Red Wing tribe's genius into pieces. Buzz! At the same time, a dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out of his body and turned into a giant dragon. It carried an astonishing power and destroyed the Red-Winged tribe's genius's soul. No, the other archaic creatures of the Red-Winged tribe screamed crazily, but they couldn't stop it. They could only watch as the genius of their tribe fell. Damn it, you killed our genius. You're dead meat. The Red-Winged King will never let you off. He will tear you into pieces. They screamed crazily. Noisy! Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand, sending many of the Red-Winged tribe's archaic creatures flying. More than half of their bones were broken as they screamed on the ground. If you dare to make another sound, I'll kill you all. Lin Xian stared at the primordial life forms of the Red-Winged race. Those primordial life forms trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. Although it was painful, no one dared to do it again. Lin Xian looked at them with disdain and ignored them. The surrounding people were terrified. Lin Xian was too strong. Red-Winged King was in Skyfire City, and he dared to attack the Red-Winged tribe's people. Could it be that he could really fight against Red-Winged King? Impossible. Although he had forced Red-Winged King to retreat, Red-Winged King was only passively defending. If he really fought with all his strength, he would definitely not be Red-Winged King's opponent. Red-Winged King was a genius who could compete with the 3 immemorial theocrats. How could this human be able to stop him? The crowd discussed. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Lin Xian was still fearless. He didn't want to attack these people in the first place. However, these Red-Winged tribe's creatures were too arrogant. They wanted to kill him several times. Did they think he was easy to bully? They wanted to attack him? They had to pay the price. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and led the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the Immortal Palace's warriors forward. No one dared to stop them. The others also left. After all, they couldn't remember these mysterious runes. There was no point in staying here any longer, so he might as well go deeper. After walking for about 2 hours, they finally reached the end of the passage. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 29:37. But fortunately they had left now. At the end of the passageway was another large hall. It was much smaller than the first one, and there were no corpses or broken weapons inside. It was very clean, and there was only something that looked like an array platform there. Is that an array formation? Everyone was shocked. Many people's eyes flickered as they looked ahead. Why does it look like a teleportation array? Is it? I think so too. Where are we teleporting to? Could it be the next area? The people discussed animatedly. They did not know where the teleportation array would teleport them to. Would it teleport them to the 3rd Street, or would it directly teleport them out of Sky Flame City? Therefore, for a moment, they only watched and did not act rashly. Moreover, they were still puzzled. Is this really a teleportation array? This place was extremely strange, and they did not dare to be 100% sure. Look, why are the runes on their ray formation so similar to the ones in the passageway? An archaic prodigy pointed at the array formation in front of them and screamed in horror. When the others took a closer look, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, fortunately we didn't act rashly. Otherwise, we might have been killed mercilessly. It's a trap. It's definitely a terrifying trap. Lin Xian also frowned. His eyes flickered as he asked, "Ruffian Dragon, are you in danger?" The dark red divine dragon quickly circled the array formation. The runes on it were similar to the ones in the passageway, but their functions should be different. It seemed that this was really a teleportation array. Moreover, the teleportation distance was not too far. It should not be teleporting them out of Sky Flame City, but to the next area. The dark red divine dragon was an expert in array formations, so it came to this conclusion after studying it for a while. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It seems that those people left through this array formation. Although he thought so, the others did not leave this way. After all, they did not see it with their own eyes. Who knew how those people left? Since that's the case, Let's use the teleportation array, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. It seemed that this was the only way now. Everyone else remained silent. Even the sky prides of the human race were frowning. They did not really believe Lin Xian's words, let alone the archaic creatures. Who knew if this was all part of the other party's plan to kill them? Lin Xian sneered when he saw those people's doubtful expressions. Let's go to the arena. He called Murong Qingcheng, Shan Jingqiu, and the people from Immortal Palace. Seeing the actions of Lin Xian and the others, the human cultivators were shocked. As for the ancient creatures, their expressions changed greatly. They quickly discussed, and the geniuses of the Yiksha race walked up. Wait, what? Do you have something? Lin Xian asked. The genius from the Yiksha race snorted coldly. Of course there was something. Why should they leave first? And people. Previously, all of you were afraid of death and didn't dare to step forward. You're courting death. The Yiksha race's prodigy roared angrily. No matter what, they would not allow the other party to leave first. Firstly, it seemed that this was really a teleportation array. What if Lin Xian and the others went to the other side and destroyed the other teleportation array? They would never be able to go to the other side. Is the teleportation array that easy to destroy? Lin Xian transmitted his voice. The dark red dragon said, It's fine. They won't be able to destroy it, even if they attack it for a year. The mysterious runes were used to protect the array. All right then. Lin Xian was relieved. Since you want to leave, I'll let you be the first to leave. As he said that, he stood to the side and sneered at them. The Yiksha race's prodigy's heart skipped a beat. A bad premonition arose in their hearts. Damn it, could it really be a trap? But this kid's acting is too realistic. Is he trying to bait us? For a moment, the Yiksha race's prodigy was in a dilemma. The disdain in Lin Xian's eyes deepened. These primordial geniuses are really afraid of death. If they can't even bear this little danger, how can they compete for the throne? No need. Let them go first. That's right. Let this kid scout the way first. A few voices sounded from the crowd. One of them was a prodigy from the Stone tribe. He was tall and his body was covered in runes. His powerful aura caused the space to tremble. The Stone tribe was one of the top royal tribes in the far ancient era. Therefore, their words carried a lot of weight. The other person who spoke was pitch black with white runes flickering on his body. He was from the Black Tiger tribe, which was also one of the terrifying royal tribes. Lin Xian glanced at the two of them and realized that their auras were very powerful. They should be top prodigies. In the next moment, he retracted his gaze and said, In that case, I won't be polite. Brother Yi, Brother Gu, I'll be leaving first. Lin Xian cupped his fists at Yi Wu Dao and the others. Then he led the dark red dragon, Murong Qingcheng, Shan Jingqiu, and the cultivators from Immortal Palace onto the teleportation platform. After dropping a few divine crystals, the teleportation array was activated. Terrifying runes spun and wrapped around them. Has Chuansong left? Everyone watched nervously. They wanted to see if Lin Xian was in danger. However, in the next moment they screamed. They discovered that the runes on the platform were rapidly spreading to the surroundings. The entire hall was completely enveloped. Not good. What's going on? They looked at the mysterious runes flickering under their feet and the terrifying spatial power they emitted. They were extremely shocked. Damn it! Why are we being teleported to? The primordial geniuses were stunned. Yi Wu Dao, the Alcade sage, and the others' pupils constricted. Not good, it's really a trap. Immortal King descends to the 9 heavens. Yi Wu Dao roared angrily, and a golden Immortal King rushed out of his body. He held a bronze cauldron and instantly covered him and the Yi family cultivators. On the other side, Dustless shot out a Buddha phantom. The Buddha runes filled the sky, and enveloped the people of the Buddhist sect. The Alcade sage also shot out a dragon-patterned cauldron replica. 2 black dragons circled around him and the experts of the Alcade sacred land. In an instant, everyone took out their trump cards. The 10,000 ancient races also activated their bloodline power and took out terrifying treasures to envelop their bodies. In the next moment, the surrounding space shattered and countless black holes appeared, swallowing these people. Damn it, what's going on? In the arena, Lin Xian and the others were also stunned. Will they be fine? Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's faces were pale, while the dark red dragon's mouth twitched. Damn it! There's actually a hidden mystery in this array. The teleportation platform should only be the key part of the array. In fact, the entire hall was a teleportation array. The dark red dragon realized that the array was too intricate. The person who set up the formation was too ingenious. I couldn't see through it immediately. Chapter 2938. No one knew. In the next moment, they felt a surge of spatial energy wrap around them. Then they disappeared as well. Whoosh! The world spun, and Lin Xian and the others appeared on the street. The fiery red street was burning with raging flames, and the surrounding tall buildings were all wrapped in flames. The fire aura here was stronger than before. However, the style was still the same. It seemed that they had been teleported to the next area. After Lin Xian and the others came out, they quickly recovered and looked around. Murong Qingqing also said that the runes must have protected them, but they didn't know if those people were okay. It would be best if we could kill those 10,000 ancient races and teach them a lesson. The dark red dragon sneered. At the same time, figures appeared in other areas of the fiery area. Roar! The golden immortal king roared, and the bronze cauldron suppressed the surroundings, but it had dimmed a lot. Fortunately, no one was injured. Yi Wudao heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Dustless and the Alcade sage also came out. They were all affected, but their losses were minimal. However, the other sacred grounds and sects suffered some injuries. Some were even seriously injured. It was the same for the 10,000 ancient races. Many of them were injured. They were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah, damn brat, I won't let you off. Lin Xian, I'll tear you to pieces. It's a trap. I told you it was a trap. The members of the Yaksha tribe and the Blood Moon tribe roared madly. Their killing intent soared to the heavens. They could not wait to find Lin Xian and kill him immediately. Brat, where do we go? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian looked around and saw a fiery tower in the distance. It was very eye-catching. Let's go to that building. In the second area, they had gone to a fiery palace, and now there was a fiery tower. Perhaps it was a place similar to the fire shrine. All right, let's go from there. The group walked in that direction. Yi Wudao and the other geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races also headed for the fiery tower. The fiery tower had a total of 19 floors, and it was extraordinarily majestic. It was like a huge mountain of flames, and the flames on it were overflowing. At the bottom of the tower, there were already a few figures. Some of them were from the human race, while others were from the 10,000 ancient races. However, without exception, the information on them was unusually strong. One of them was covered in fiery red feathers that tore through the void. It was King Redfeather of the Crimson Moon clan. At this moment, King Redfeather's face didn't look good. Damn it, he was still shaken off by those guys. The person next to him was as black as ink. He had 2 demon horns on his head and a black ghost sword on his back. His aura was ice cold, as if he was a demon from hell. His gaze was deep, as if he could see through everything. There's nothing we can do about it. That damned fire Qilin cave knows a lot. With the 3 great imperial clans working together, they threw us off and left us behind. However, they shouldn't be too fast. They should only be 1 region ahead of us. I think they should know where the heavenly flame is. A beautiful woman said in a delicate voice. She was very beautiful, and her figure was even more graceful. It could be said that she had a devilish figure and an angelic face. However, on her back there was a silver tail. That tail seemed to be made of steel and had a cold metallic luster. She was a sky pride of the Scorpio race. These elite elites were frowning because they felt that the longer this dragged on, the further they would be from the elite elites of the primordial theocrats. If the other party obtained the heavenly fire, they would have to return empty-handed. Oh, someone is coming. The sky pride of the Scorpio race turned around, and so did the other prodigies. Indeed, someone had appeared. Countless streaks of light tore through the void and were rushing over. These people were very fast, and they arrived in the blink of an eye. These people aren't slow. The few prodigies snorted. The people who had rushed over were none other than Lin Xian and the others. There were humans as well as ancient creatures. They were stunned when they arrived at the fiery tower. There were people. They didn't expect that there would be people below the fiery tower. It seemed that they had arrived earlier than them. The Archean prodigies, as well as the human warriors, narrowed their eyes. He naturally saw those people, and he also saw the tall king, Redwing, surrounded by flames. Swoosh! Swoosh! These people landed on the streets and looked ahead, cautiously. The few top prodigies frowned when they saw these people. What a bunch of ants. I say, why don't we join forces to clear the field first? The lady from the Scorpio race said coldly. King Redwing and the others nodded and prepared to attack. But before they could move, a few figures ran over. These figures were covered in flames. They flapped their wings and arrived in front of King Redwing. They knelt down on one knee and bawled their eyes out. This scene had all the top geniuses of the ancient immortal realm stunned. King Redwing was also stunned. Then his face turned gloomy. Damn it. Stand up. Why are you crying? His face turned black because it was too embarrassing. Their Redwing clan was also a majestic royal clan. How powerful was their strength? Now his clansmen were actually wailing. He felt that he had lost all his face. These ancient creatures from the King Redwing race stood up, but they were still crying and their feathers were shaking. Your Majesty, you must avenge us. That's right. Kill that kid. Kill that Lin Xian. Their faces turned hideous as they pointed at Lin Xian and trembled. What's going on? King Redwing frowned. Could it be that something happened? He looked at them and suddenly asked, why is one person missing? He realized that other than these ancient creatures, another prodigy was missing. That prodigy was highly valued. Our prodigy was killed by that kid. The ancient creatures from the King Redwing race cried. He was killed. The peak prodigies were stunned. King Redfeather roared in anger. In the next moment, his eyes shone with a sharp light and his body was filled with killing intent. What did you say? That kid killed our prodigy? Lin Xian, I want you dead. Red Feather King raised his head. A cold light bloomed in his eyes as he shouted. The martial artists were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Previously, he already had the intention to kill this brat. He was prepared to kill him the next time he saw him. But he did not expect that Lin Xian would kill a prodigy of the King Redwing race before he could do anything. Previously, he suspected that 3 of their prodigies were killed by Lin Xian, but there was no evidence. Now, there was finally conclusive evidence. How dare you kill our prodigy? That's right. Now that the evidence is conclusive, let's see how you deny it. With King Redwing supporting them, the ancient creatures from the King Redwing race roared crazily. Lin Xian was extremely calm. So what if I killed them? Chapter 2939. That's not a reason. If the Redwing tribe wants to kill you, you have to stretch out your neck and accept your death. How dare you fight back? I'll tear you to pieces. Lord Redwing did not care at all. It was not his tribe that attacked first. Lord Redwing was so powerful that he could kill anyone he wanted in one move. If you dare to resist, you have to die. Hearing that, the human prodigies felt their scalps go numb. He's too arrogant. He's simply bullying us. However, did Lin Xian look so easy to bully? Sure enough, Lin Xian sneered. How overbearing. Do I have to stretch out my neck to die just because you want to kill me? What a joke. To tell you the truth, I was the one who killed the 3 Red Wing tribe prodigies. Why? Do you want to kill me? If you don't like it, come and bite me. Lin Xian was also angry. His opponent was too arrogant and did not take him seriously at all. He did not plan to let this enemy go. I'll settle everything today. Good boy, you admit it. I won't let you go for killing my prodigies. Now die. With a roar, Lord Redwing attacked mercilessly. He was embarrassed when he was pushed back by his opponent. So now he attacked with a fatal blow. His arms were covered in red feathers. Flames overflowed into the sky, and light shone for tens of thousands of zhong. He turned into a divine bird and swooped down. The divine bird was extraordinarily mighty. It was 100 feet long and covered the sky. With a wave of its claws, it tore through the void. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. Their bodies were about to be torn apart by the aura alone. I'm not afraid of you. Do you really think you can show off in front of me just because you're an invincible king? Lin Xian also shouted angrily. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body surged. His palm turned into a golden crow and charged forward. The golden crow and the divine bird collided in the sky. In an instant, the 2 of them had exchanged more than 30 moves. Every move was earth-shattering. So this is Lord Redwing? He's too powerful. The prodigies on the human side exclaimed. The previous generation's saints and even the previous generation's saints had solemn expressions. Many of them were trembling, and the qi and blood in their bodies had frozen. Of course, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian was able to contend with King Qiyu. Lin Xian was not at a disadvantage. How could this brat have such formidable strength? Those archaic life forms trembled. The top prodigies of the sky, scorpion race, and the stone race also frowned. This brat was a great enemy, and he had to get rid of him quickly. With Red Feather King attacking, he would definitely be killed. Indeed, the Red Feather King was powerful. His bloodline was heaven-defying, and he was an invincible king. His strength was far beyond the human race. The reason why this kid could fight back now was because Red Feather King did not use his trump card. Kill! Lin Xian roared in front of him. He waved his hand, and 10 golden crows appeared. They connected with each other and formed a Tao diagram. He rushed over and trapped the divine bird. The divine bird spread its wings, but it was firmly suppressed. Many cracks appeared on its surface. How could this be? Red Feather King was shocked. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. He never thought that his opponent would be able to contend with him. He had never fought with Lin Xian before. In his opinion, so what if his opponent was famous? However, the archaic prodigies he had challenged before were all weak. He was a true invincible king. He could definitely defeat his opponent once he attacked. Previously, he was forced to take 3 moves from his opponent. Although it was embarrassing, he did not take it seriously. He was only defending. If he really attacked, his opponent would not be his opponent. But they had already exchanged more than 50 moves. He did not hold back in any of them. Even so, his opponent was still able to withstand them. His opponent's strength had even numbed his arm. Now there were cracks on his body. This was not something that could be explained by underestimating his opponent. This meant that his opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. This brat could not be left alive. He had to be killed. Red Feather King's killing intent surged. His opponent was too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a powerful enemy in the future. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. Buzz! Thinking of this, a fiery red light appeared on Red Feather King's body. His strength suddenly erupted. The divine bird also let out a furious roar and shattered the 10 golden crow illusions. However, in the next moment, the divine bird's phantoms disappeared. Lin Xian and Red Feather King both retreated 10 steps and faced each other. They were evenly matched. They were really evenly matched. Yes, he could actually contend with Red Feather King. It was too unbelievable. The surrounding martial artists screamed. The archaic creatures looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had to admit that Red Feather King was indeed strong. He had the right to be arrogant. His opponent's strength was even above Bai Qianshan's. He was indeed a young, invincible king. You are strong. You deserve my full strength. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What? Full strength? Everyone went crazy when they heard this. What did he mean? He did not use his full strength when he attacked previously? They could not believe it. Red Feather King snorted. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Next, I'll show you my ultimate move. Is that so? I look forward to it. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. His aura suddenly erupted. The dragon's sword soul in his body roared, and a terrifying sword chi rushed into the sky. Damn it, his aura has become stronger again. Red Feather King's pupils shrank. He realized that his opponent was not bragging. He could actually increase his strength. Humph die! Red Feather King roared and waved his hands. His hands turned into the red feather divine bird again. This time, the divine bird was incomparably real. It was as if a real archaic beast had been resurrected. With a cry, it tore through the void. Red Feather Divine Claw. This was the Red Feather clan's super powerful ability. This was their bloodline ability. Many archaic Sky Prides screamed. Even the top Sky Prides of the Stone Clan and Scorpio Clan looked solemn. It seemed that Red Feather King was really angry. Brett, you are dead. Red Feather King revealed a sinister smile. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank and his body retreated rapidly. At the same time, his face became incomparably ferocious. Get lost! Because just as he used the Red Feather Divine Claw, the void split open, and a piercing sword light slashed directly at him, wanting to split him in half. In shock, he quickly retreated and waved his Red Feather Divine Claw. In the blink of an eye, dozens of phantoms of primordial divine birds flew out and attacked the sword light. Boom! 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 Energy exploded, and tens of thousands of auras surged. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed, and the surrounding people frantically retreated. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the dozens of phantoms of the primordial divine birds were chopped into pieces. That sword chi was too sharp. It was like an eternal divine light that was unstoppable. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. After shattering dozens of divine claws, the sword light once again shot towards King Red Feather in an extremely cold manner. Ah! Red Feather King roared. The divine wings behind him turned into a heavenly blade and slashed at the void, repelling the sword light. Chapter 2940. Damn, brat, you've completely angered me. Scarlet Moon King roared. Is that so? Not only will I anger you, but I'll also kill you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 9 suns divine fire formed a flaming divine sword. 9 suns split the sky. The sword slashed out, and the entire world seemed to be split apart. At this moment, even the top prodigies trembled. They sensed a deadly threat. Oh no, this brat sword chi is too strong. Scarlet Feather King's face was extremely gloomy. He roared and activated his bloodline power without hesitation. Behind him, the shadow of a bloodline appeared. This was the ancestors' shadow in their bloodline. At this moment, it was displayed, and together with the immemorial divine claw, they clawed forward. The power of this attack was extremely terrifying. Even the other prodigies did not dare to take it head-on. There were probably not many people in the human race who could withstand it. Boom! The moment the two attacks collided, the space was mercilessly torn apart. The entire world was dyed red by flames and angry roars. Whoosh! A moment later, a miserable cry was heard. An arm fell from the sky. Scarlet Feather King screamed and retreated. The ancient shadow that was activated by his bloodline was destroyed and dissipated in the sky. Not only that, but one of his arms was also chopped off by the sword. There was no blood left because the blood had already evaporated in the terrifying 9 Suns' divine fire. What? Scarlet Feather King was injured. Heavens! Everyone was terrified and could not believe it. Scarlet Feather King was an invincible king of the younger generation. His bloodline was extremely strong, but he was injured by Lin Xian with a single slash. How terrifying was Lin Xian! Scarlet Feather King's face was also filled with malevolence. He could not believe that he was injured. Although it was only a broken arm, it was a great humiliation to him. Ah! He roared into the sky, and the feathers on his body expanded. His body was also constantly growing. In the end, he was no longer in human form, but a beast with blood-red feathers. It was a divine bird. Its feathers seemed to be made of blood-red metal. The flames on it were monstrous, and its cold eyes were emitting monstrous, killing intent. He had transformed into his true form. The Archean prodigies were shocked. Normally, they would not transform into their true forms unless they had no other choice. But now, King Red Feather didn't even have a trace of his human form. This meant that the other party was truly furious. After transforming into his true form, his battle prowess would increase enormously, reaching an unimaginable level. Whoosh! As expected, King Red Feather's speed increased a lot in an instant. He tore through the void and arrived behind Lin Xian. A pair of sharp claws mercilessly tore down, carrying with them the will of his bloodline and terrifying flame runes. This attack tore apart the divine flames on Lin Xian's body and blasted towards Lin Xian's head. Not good. Seeing this scene, a lot of people started to scream. Even Murong Qingqin gasped. If she were to be caught like this, her heart would probably be crushed. Those archaic creatures laughed. The Red-Winged King was indeed angry. After transforming into his true form, the brat would definitely not be able to contend against him. He would probably be killed in one move. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. King Red Feather retreated once again, flapping his wings and tearing through the void. In an instant, he was thousands of miles away. His face became incomparably ferocious. His sharp claws were actually shattered. Lin Xian turned his head. You're just SO. The attack just now had caused his blood to boil, and he had suffered some internal injuries. However, the 9-yang divine body was too powerful. His opponent couldn't break it. Even if he transformed into his true form, it still wouldn't work. Hearing this, King Red Feather roared, "I'll make you die without a burial place." Next, he launched a storm-like attack. It had to be said that King Red Feather was terrifying. Other than Lin Xian, Yi Wu Dao, and a few other geniuses, no one else could resist him. They couldn't even resist one move. Even the human race's holy sons couldn't find any trace of King Red Feather. It was too fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. Lin Xian also felt the pressure, but fortunately, the 9-yang divine body was incomparably strong. Although he had been hit many times, it was still fine. However, his body didn't break. Instead, his opponent's claws had been shattered 7 or 8 times. Die for me! King Red Feather descended from the sky. His 2 wings intertwined in the sky, forming a cross shape and slashed down. A terrifying aura overflowed the sky, bringing with it flaming divine chains that descended from the sky. This was a one-hit kill. Buzz! Lin Xian didn't hold back. He waved the 9-yang sword art, combined with the power of the great dragon sword soul, and a dragon-shaped sword Qi soared into the sky. Those flaming runes collided with a terrifying sound that made one's soul tremble. So powerful! Lin Xian was shocked. King Red Feather was actually able to block his 9-yang sword art. It was too unbelievable. Even by Qian Shan from before would have been killed by this attack. However, King Red Feather was actually able to block it. It had to be said that it was really shocking. Humph! King Red Feather snorted again, and a rumbling sound came from his body. The terrifying power skyrocketed again. With a puff, the sword Chi pierced through the flaming runes. King Red Feather's wings were shattered. With a cracking sound, the bones of King Red Feather's wings cracked and deformed. King Red Feather was sent flying. His face was full of shock. What kind of power was this? It was unbelievable that his wings could be broken. These divine wings were the hardest part of his body. Not only did they allow him to fly quickly, but they were also his weapons. His wings were comparable to a half-saint tool. However, they were shattered by King Red Feather. Kill! Lin Xian soared into the sky like a true dragon, rushing towards the 9 heavens and attacking King Redwing. He had already made up his mind to kill. How could he let King Red Feather live? Ka ka ka! The flames on King Red Feather's body soared into the sky, and his broken bones were all restored. He was incomparably ferocious as he attacked. His 2 wings kept fluttering, like a heavenly blade that could destroy the world, cutting through the void. However, they were shattered by Lin Xian's powerful strength once again. This time, not only were the wings broken, but they were also torn into pieces. Blood mist filled the air. Let's see how many times you can regrow them. Lin Xian was abnormally strong. Endless sword Qi wrapped around his hands, turning into 2 dragon heads, directly grabbing King Red Feather's wings. Damn it! Get lost! King Red Feather kept shaking. His strongest weapon was caught by King Red Feather. How could he bear it? At this moment, he was in the form of a divine bird. Although he was caught, he could still use his mouth and claws. He opened his mouth and spat out a monstrous divine flame that could destroy the world, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian was enveloped by the flame, and traces of cracks appeared on his body. One could imagine how terrifying the flame was. However, he was not afraid at all. The 9-yang divine body was invincible. Although the divine flame was terrifying, he could still withstand it. Ka-ka! His palms were like 2 real dragons, coiling around King Red Feather's body, causing the pair of divine wings that had just grown out to crack again. Chapter 2941. This scene made King Redwing go crazy, but at the same time there was a trace of fear. If he really pulled it out, he would probably be seriously injured, and it would be difficult for him to recover. Therefore, he attacked crazily. His 2 sharp claws carried mysterious runes as he attacked fiercely. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian's body was badly mutilated, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that this attack had caused him to be traumatized. However, Lin Xian's eyes glowed even brighter. Shatter! With a furious roar, he forcibly plucked the 2 pairs of wings out of his body. Ah! King Redwing fell from the sky and landed on the ground, making a loud sound. Skyfire City was very sturdy. Although it was a battle between top geniuses, it did not break. Below, all the bones in King Redwing's body were broken. It was too tragic. Everyone's scalp went numb. Murong Qingqing and the others also exclaimed, "Brother Lin Xian!" They were worried about Lin Xian. Blood flowed on Lin Xian's body. Although it was shining, there were countless cracks on it. It seemed that it would break at any time. Lin Xian was still extraordinary. He stood there, surrounded by divine fire, and used the longevity art to quickly heal his injuries. At the same time, he swallowed heavenly treasures in big mouthfuls. In his hand, he held 2 flaming wings, which were hanging down mercilessly. King Redwing's back was a mess of flesh and blood. There were 2 bloody holes there, and blood flowed wildly. It was difficult to heal in a short time. The reason for that was because that strike had injured his source energy. Invincible King? That's all you got. You think you can look down on me with such strength? Lin Xian's voice was cold as he strode forward. Following his footsteps, the cracks on his body quickly healed. Swords circled around him. Bang! He waved his hand, and the broken wings in his hand slashed forward. With a clang, it slashed King Redwing's body, sending him flying. King Redwing flew backward, and a few more cracks appeared on his body. Damn it! He roared crazily. At this moment he was extremely sullen. He actually brought it, and he was seriously injured. He was defeated by his opponent. This was unbearable. He wanted to fight back. However, the two divine wings were pulled out, which caused him to receive injuries to his origin. He could not recover in a short time. Although he swallowed the primordial divine medicine, he could only recover about half of his strength. This little bit of strength was not enough to compete with his opponent. Lin Xian waved his palm. Again, he was sent flying. At the same time, he stomped on his opponent's head. With a loud bang, the other party's head was stomped out of shape. Ah! King Red Feather raised his head and roared like a madman. A terrifying power burst out once again. This time he burned his bloodline power. Lin Xian was also severely injured. The soles of his feet cracked, and countless cracks appeared on his body. His 9-yang divine body almost collapsed again, but he was Lin Xian. Even though the soles of his feet were cracked, he still stomped down. Pow! King Redwing King Lin Xian King's heads Lin's Linzus at this moment, both Lin Xian King. Lin, however, one was standing there like a war god, while the other was being trampled underfoot, suffering all kinds of humiliation. No! Damn it, let go of our king. The primordial creatures of the Red Wing race screamed crazily. They could not accept this scene. Kill him. He is seriously injured. Let's work together and break his 9 divine body. The primordial creatures roared crazily. All of them transformed into their true forms, which were primeval godlings that danced about in the air. They charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the space around Lin Xian shattered. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his arm, and the sword chi in his hand turned into hundreds of fire dragons, sending the primordial creatures flying. Looking at this scene, everyone's eyes widened, and their faces were filled with terror. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's divine body was now covered with countless cracks, and his body was dyed red with blood. But his combat strength was still so strong. He sent so many primordial creatures flying with a single strike, especially the primordial geniuses. They looked at Lin Xian, and their souls trembled, because they felt that Lin Xian was like a god of war. Damn it! How could this kid be so strong? Many people's faces were gloomy. On the ground, the Red Lunar King, who was being stepped on, was trembling. How could he not be dead? He was about to go crazy. He suspected that Lin Xian was not human at all. He was a demon, a monstrous demon that could not be defeated. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and snorted coldly. He took out countless natural treasures from the black earth. Among them, there was an 8,000-year-old king medicine that he swallowed. When they saw the king medicine, the surrounding people were amazed and their eyes were burning. The Red Lunar King's pupils constricted, and his heart gradually sank. King Medicine was an extremely precious existence. Although he was a young, invincible genius, he did not have such a thing. It was used to extend one's lifespan, and only those elders whose lifespans were about to dry up would have it. However, Lin Xian actually had such a king medicine. Moreover, he took it out and swallowed it to heal his injuries. Many people's mouths twitched. What a wastrel! If this king medicine was in the outside world, those living fossils would fight over it. Buzz! Buzz! When Lin Xian had fused with his greater success divine body, he had swept through the world and intimidated many of the 10,000 ancient races. At that time, the 10,000 ancient races had handed over a large number of natural treasures to protect themselves, including several king medicines. Now, Lin Xian took it out and consumed it. When he swallowed the king medicine, he felt a powerful energy explode in his body, quickly healing his body. The cracks on his 9-yang divine body were quickly healing. His body healed. That was impossible. Damn it, how did he do it? No matter how strong the king medicine was, it was impossible to heal so quickly. This was simply a legend. At this moment, the geniuses of the Scorpio race, the Stone race, and the human race, Yi Wu Dao, Dustless, and the others were all shocked. Was this the power of the 9-yang divine body? Yi Wu Dao's eyes shone. At the side, Dustless frowned. That shouldn't be. He seemed to have an extremely powerful recovery technique. Murong Qing Cheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. As for the other geniuses, their faces were terrifyingly dark. Lin Xian was simply unkillable. If this continued, who would be his match? Any last words? Leave them behind. Lin Xian stared at King Redwing and said coldly, "What? You want to kill me?" King Redwing's body trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Then it turned into rage. "Damn it, you dare to kill me! Don't you know who I am? Do you know what the consequences of killing me are?" Indeed, he was not even 500 years old, but his cultivation had reached the level of an invincible king. He was definitely one of the top geniuses of the Redwing race. Chapter 2942. Lin Xian shook his head. "Such threats are useless against me. Since you dare to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Since you have no last words, I'll send you on your way." Lin Fan slowly raised his palm. Wisps of 9 suns' divine fire turned into terrifying sword chi and swept across the sky. "No!" Lord Redwing roared crazily, but this time his body was crushed by the golden foot and blood gushed out. He could not resist at all. Those Redwing tribe members were also sent flying by Lin Xian's sword and landed heavily on the ground. They could only watch helplessly. "A damn brat! Let our king go. If you dare to kill him, our Redwing tribe will hunt you down, no matter where you run to." They roared crazily. However, Lin Xian's palm was still descending slowly and did not stop. "Not good, attack. Stop that brat. Don't let him kill Lord Redwing." In the distance, the top sky prides of the Scorpio tribe and the Sure tribe looked at each other and quickly attacked. Buzz! The lady from the Scorpio tribe swung her tail and drew a silver ribbon. It pierced through the void and brought with it runes that filled the sky. On the other side, the void trembled. Terrifying yellow runes flashed, and a huge stone hand fell from the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. In an instant, the 2 top sky prides attacked mercilessly. Not good. Seeing this, the martial artist's eyelids twitched. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His body swayed and disappeared from the spot. With a loud boom, the void exploded. Scarlet Feather King roared and escaped. "Thank you for your help. I'm very grateful. If you need anything in the future, feel free to tell me." Lord Redwing looked at the top sky prides of the Scorpio tribe and the Sure tribe with gratitude. If it weren't for the 2 of them, he probably would have been killed by that attack just now. On the other side, Lin Xian dodged the attacks of the 2 sky prides and appeared in the void. His face was extremely gloomy. "You 2 want to fight too? Stop it. You've already won this battle. There's no need to kill him," the prodigy of the Scorpio race said. The geniuses of the Stone tribe also nodded. They would protect this person. "You guys protected him?" Lin Xian's face turned extremely cold. "So you want to be my enemy? Kid, enough is enough. Although you are very strong, you are not a match for the 2 of us. With the 2 of us working together, it's easy to kill you. So you'd better think it through." The words of the Stone tribe's genius were laced with a thick threat. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. "If I want to kill someone, even the Heavenly Emperor can't stop me. Therefore he must die today." Lin Xian raised a hand and pointed at the Scarlet Moon Monarch. Red Feather King's body trembled, his eyes filled with anger. Damned brat! The fact that the other party still wanted to kill him made him furious. The Sky Prides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe also darkened their expressions. They had already made their stand clear. They were going to protect King Red Feather. However, The other party actually wanted to kill him. What was the meaning of this? Were they looking down on him? Humph, I want to see how you are going to kill me. King Red Feather sneered. Although he was seriously injured and was not a match for the other party, he was definitely safe with the protection of the Sky Prides of the Stone Tribe and the Scorpio Tribe. As expected, runes bloomed on the bodies of the Sky Prides of the Stone Tribe and the Scorpio Tribe. They would not allow the other party to kill King Red Feather. Lin Xian did not move. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The golden runes quickly intertwined, forming a mysterious pattern that flew forward. The moment the pattern appeared, it brought with it an extremely strong aura. Everyone's expression changed. The pupils of the Sky Prides of the Stone Tribe and the Scorpio Tribe shrank. Damn it, what kind of attack is this? They were going crazy because, when they were stared at by the eyes, even their souls began to tremble. Not good. King Red Feather's eyelids twitched. The cracks on his body became even more serious when the eyes swept past him. What kind of gaze was this? What was the other party using? He had no time to find out. The runes in the sky flew out. Damn it! Block it for me! The Sky Prides of the Scorpio Tribe and the Stone Tribe roared. The two of them joined forces and unleashed a shocking attack. They turned into two divine rainbows and rushed forward, wanting to block the mysterious golden runes. Not good. Everyone retreat quickly. Don't be hit by this energy. The surrounding primordial creatures and human Sky Prides roared crazily. They knew that the shocking attack of the three of them would definitely be extremely terrifying. They quickly retreated to the back, but soon they were stunned. That was because they realized that there was no terrifying explosion of energy as they had imagined. The golden runes were like a divine sword that directly broke the attacks of the two Sky Prides. They charged forward. With a puff, the powerful defense of the two Sky Prides was pierced through. Moreover, it pierced through King Red Moon's head. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered. A bloody hole appeared in King Red Feather's head. His eyes were wide open. Not only was his physical body destroyed, but his soul was also pierced through. Impossible! King Red Feather spat out 3 words with difficulty before falling to the ground. He was no longer breathing. Dead. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Sky Prides of the Scorpio Tribe and the Stone Tribe were stunned. Their bodies were cold, and their scalps were about to explode. What was that attack just now? How could he so easily break through the powerful attacks of the two of them? King Red Feather was killed. If they were attacked by such an attack, would they be able to block it? They did not know. At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with a face full of horror. The others were trembling. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden runes as he frowned slightly. The attack just now was one of the 3 runes that he had obtained from the Black Passage. Previously, he had used his heavenly secret divine eyes to forcibly copy the 3 runes. When he used them, their power was truly terrifying. However, this attack had consumed 1/3 of his soul power. He felt a little dizzy. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use such a thing. After swallowing 2 pills, he looked at the Sky Prides of the Scorpio Tribe and the Stone Tribe again. Do the 2 of you still want to fight? The Sky Prides of the Scorpio Tribe were stunned, while the Sky Prides of the Stone Tribe snorted coldly. Their expressions were extremely ugly. How could they fight? Lin Xian had already killed King Red Feather and used such a powerful trump card. They were not fools. If they fought, they would either be killed or heavily injured. Why bother? They did not have a strong conflict with Lin Xian yet. Therefore, the 2 of them did not speak. They turned to look at the fiery pagoda and tried to break through it with all their might. The primordial creatures of the Redwing tribe screamed crazily. They held King Redwing's body and cried, but they were all slapped away by the dark red dragon's claw. Get lost. This thing belongs to me. Chapter 2943. The Crimson Divine Dragon kept King Redwing's corpse. The other 10,000 ancient races and human race geniuses were terrified. Lin Xian was too strong. He had killed King Redwing. That was a young, invincible king. How strong was his battle prowess? His Archean power was definitely above 40,000. However, he had been killed so easily. Even the Stone Tribe and Scorpio Tribe's prodigies didn't dare to fight against him. This kid was too terrifying. Perhaps only the 3 Archean theocrats could subdue him. Yi, Wu Dao, dustless, and the others looked solemn. What were those runes? Why did they feel like they were the runes in the Black Passage? That's impossible. Even we can't copy them. How could he? They were extremely puzzled. However, if Lin Xian didn't explain, they wouldn't understand. After killing King Redwing, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the flame pagoda. At this moment, the Scorpio Tribe's prodigies and the Stone Tribe's prodigies looked solemn. As they held the flame pagoda, they quickly communicated with their souls. Damn it. Can you see what this kid is using? I don't know. It's very similar to the runes in the Black Passage. Does he have a way to copy them? This kid is too strange. We can't provoke him. Don't worry. He killed King Redwing. The Redwing tribe won't let them off. We don't have to do anything. Someone else will kill him. Let's break the pagoda and find the Archean theocrats. While the prodigies were preparing to break the pagoda in another region, in front of a mysterious palace, a group of powerful Archean creatures stood there. They were the 3 theocrats of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The first 3 were the Fire Dragon King, the 7th and the 9th generation lords. Among them, the 9th lord of the Divine Emperor Ridge had a pair of phoenix eyes that were filled with anger. Her beautiful face was also covered with ice. Damn you, Huimujian. Hurry up and tell us. How do we break the formation to enter the palace? She looked at the handsome young man from the Fire Chilin Cave and gnashed her teeth in anger. They were indeed 1 step faster than the others and reached the 4th area. At this moment, they wanted to break the formation and enter the palace. This palace was even more majestic than the Flame Shrine in the 2nd region. However, it was also more dangerous. Previously, they had used their powerful strength to break through the first 3 regions. But now he couldn't. If they tried to break it by force, they would probably be seriously injured. It was very likely that he would be killed. Therefore, they could only slowly crack the formation. In this way, time was delayed. More importantly, the Divine Emperor Ridge had used several powerful array masters to crack the array. However, there was no effect at all. Even the people from Huanlong's lair were frowning. However, the people from the Fire Chilin Cave had an expression of watching a show. It was especially so for Huimujian, who was addressed as the Lord of the 7th generation. There was a hint of mockery in his voice. This made the 9th generation Lord of the Divine Phoenix Ridge so angry that he almost vomited blood. Feng Yinxue, you can't crack it yourself. Could it be that you want to vent your anger on me? Huimujian sneered. Damned fellow, do you think you have a way? Don't think I don't know. Feng Yinxue was so angry that her face turned deathly pale. This was because she had been following these people from the Fire Chilin Cave all along the way, which was why her speed was so fast. The other party definitely understood the Heavenly Flame City. Therefore, at this moment, she also believed that the other party definitely had a way to break the formation. It was just that the other party didn't want to say it. Don't try to shake us off. Your Fire Chilin Cave can enter on your own. Let me tell you, there's no way. Right, Fire Dragon King? Feng Yinxue glanced at the Fire Dragon King. It seemed that she wanted to join forces with the nest of 10,000 dragons to pressure the Fire Chilin Cave. Sure enough, the Fire Dragon King also said indifferently, Brother Mujin, if you have a way, just say it. Our 3 great imperial families should be united, advancing and retreating together. Birds of the same feather? Advancing and retreating together? The experts from the Fire Chilin Cave rolled their eyes. They didn't believe such nonsense. However, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Huimujian said with a smile, Actually, I do know a little about the method to break the formation. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King frowned. Feng Inshue, who was at the side, gnashed her teeth in anger. Damn it, I told you you know. You know, but you still don't want to crack it? You made me waste so much effort for nothing. What are your intentions? Facing Feng Inshue's strong questioning, Huomuzhen wasn't afraid at all. Although he had a delicate face and looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, his eyes were incomparably vicissitudes of life. The stars inside were extinguished. He said in a deep voice, "We can break it, but our fire Qilin cave won't provide the method for free." Looking at the majesty of this hall and the strength of the formation, this should be an extremely important place. Then, the things inside are naturally very precious. I really want to know, after we break in, how should we distribute the things inside? Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King narrowed his eyes. So, this was the other party's idea. No wonder the other party hadn't made a move. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. Feng Inshue naturally knew this. Her face was cold. How do you want to distribute it? It was very simple. Huomuzhen's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light, and the shadow of a fire Qilin surrounded him. He said, "I can provide the method to break it and bring you in. However, after entering, our fire Qilin cave wants half of the treasures inside. We don't care about the rest. You two can divide it." "What? Half of it?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the geniuses from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine emperor scale all changed. The Fire Dragon King frowned, and Feng Inshue sneered. "Half of it? Aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating? Does your fire Qilin cave really think you're the best in the world?" At this point, a fire phoenix shadow also rose from his body, emitting a resplendent aura that stirred up the winds and clouds in all directions. The Fire Dragon King didn't say anything. However, the pressure on his body also became terrifying. Countless large cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Behind them, the geniuses from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge were the same. All of them had unfriendly expressions as they stared at the fire Qilin cave. The other party was really too despicable. They were all ancient royal families, and no one was stronger than the other. However, the other party opened his mouth and asked for half of the things. What did this mean? Was he looking down on them? "Brother Muzhen, isn't your request a bit too much?" The Fire Dragon King's voice was cold. "Too much? I don't think so. If you think this distribution method is unreasonable, fine, we won't cooperate. The two of you, think of a way to go in yourselves." Huomuzhen was looking at the sky with his hands behind his back. "Damn it, do you really think you're invincible?" Before the Fire Dragon King could speak, Feng Inshue stood up. The phoenix shadow on her body became even more solid. Terrifying flames overflowed into the sky, carrying mysterious runes as they flew towards Huomuzhen. Huomuzhen also sneered. "Feng Inshue, do you really think I'm afraid of you? In terms of bloodline, you're far inferior to me." Chapter 2944. Indeed, he was the 7th generation lord, and the other party was the 9th generation lord. Since the other party dared to fight him, he was courting death. Roar! On Huomuzhen's body, flames surged into the sky, dazzling and resplendent. Around him, the phantom of a fire Qilin appeared, letting out a ferocious roar. A ferocious aura surged out, confronting the flaming phoenixes that filled the sky. Seeing this scene, the people of the 3 archaic royal families were extremely nervous. The expressions of those prodigies changed as they frantically retreated. They had no choice. These 2 people were too terrifying. One was the 9th generation lord, and the other was the 7th generation lord. Both of them were extremely terrifying prodigies. Probably no one present was a match for them other than the Fire Dragon King. Now that they were fighting, just the energy waves alone were unbearable. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King did not retreat, but he also did not make a move. The phantom of a fire dragon circled around his body, and a powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. It seemed like he was thinking about what to do without falling out with them, and also get the people of the Fire Chilin Cave to help. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire space was extremely tense, and a battle could erupt at any time. In the third region, Lin Xian and the others raised their heads and looked at the burning flame pagoda in front of them. "Kid, be careful." The flames on the pagoda were very powerful, and it seemed that the higher one went, the more terrifying it was. The dark red divine dragon reminded from the side. Lin Xian nodded. As expected, he also realized that the flames on the pagoda were even more terrifying than the flames in the second region. Thinking about it, it should be able to refine his 9-yang divine body again. Thinking of this, he was a little excited. Great! Now that he was already at the third level of the 9-yang divine body, he must cultivate to the fourth level of the 9-yang divine body in Skyfire City. Because if he reached the fourth level, his body would undergo another earth-shattering change. At that time, there would not be many invincible kings who could break his body. However, he also knew that it would be more and more dangerous. He might not be able to protect all the immortal palaces. Therefore, at the next moment, Lin Xian turned his head and said to Peacock, who Yi Dao, Guili, and the other immortal palaces' martial artists behind him, "You must be more careful. I may not be by your side all the time. Firstly, do what you can and don't take too many risks." Furthermore, he had to be careful of the other 10,000 ancient races. "Don't worry, Palace Master, we will be careful." Peacock and the rest nodded, their expressions extremely solemn. He wasn't the only one. Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, Leaf Dao Denier, and the others all gave similar orders to the disciples of their clans. From the looks of it, these elite Sky Prides were going to act alone. "Let's go." Sure enough, the Sky Prides of the Scorpio race, the Stone race, and the other Archean prodigies all shouted coldly. He quickly rushed into the flaming pagoda. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian, the dark red mystical dragon, Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also rushed forward. Soon, they entered the fiery pagoda. After entering the first level, they were surrounded by an endless sea of fire, which surged toward them from all directions. Every inch of space was filled with the power of flames. It was extremely terrifying. What a terrifying flame energy! Damn it, get lost! Furious roars sounded out as many people unleashed their king's domains to resist. A few of the weaker ones were instantly burned to ashes. There were also some who were sent flying by the shockwave. Terrifying scenes were taking place one after another, scaring the cultivators who wanted to get close and forcing them to retreat. It was too terrifying. Without super strength, it was impossible to enter. Moreover, this was only the first level. This fiery pagoda had a total of 7 levels. Only the heavens knew how terrifying the cities above were. Lin Xian activated his 9-yang divine body, and light bloomed to resist the surrounding flames. Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu also activated their king's domains, and runes revolved around them. None of them could withstand the power of the flames with just their bodies like Lin Xian. There probably weren't many people like Lin Xian. Lin Xian was one, Wu Dao was another, and there was also the dark red mystical dragon and Dustless. The last one was the Sky Pride of the Stone race. These were all top-notch Sky Prides with super strong physiques. The others used their own methods to resist. Lin Xian sensed for a moment, and then his eyes flashed. "Qingcheng, Qiu, you two be careful." "Don't worry, Big Brother Lin Xian, I can do it." "Big Brother Xian, don't worry about me," the two of them said. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, although the flames on the first level were strong, he wasn't satisfied. He decided to go to the second level. Lin Xian strode towards the second level. This scene caused the hearts of the geniuses from the supreme ancient immortal realms to tremble. This kid is too scary. Yeah, we're almost at our limits, but he's fine. Ha 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 ha. I'm going too. The dark red mystical dragon's body was also extremely strong. His dragon blood surged as he rushed out. On the other side, Yi Wu Dao, Dustless, the sky prides of the Stone Race, Silver Race, and some other powerful beings all headed towards the second level. Some of the other sky prides and humans gritted their teeth, unwilling to give up. They also tried their best to advance. Everyone wanted to climb higher. The flames on the second level were even more terrifying. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and his lips curled into a smile. Not bad, interesting. He turned around and saw that Yi Wu Dao and the others had also reached the second level. Some of them tried to force their way up, but their bodies were instantly blasted apart, and they screamed as they fell to the first level. Lin Xian glanced over and saw that there were many ancient beings and even human sky prides. Shaking his head, he ignored them. The second level wasn't enough. Lin Xian sensed for a moment and decided to go to the third level again. Damn! Many of the sky prides were cursing. This guy was too sick. They couldn't keep up. The sky prides of the Stone Race and Scorpio Race snorted coldly. Ignore them and experience it yourself. Damn it! These people suppressed the anger and jealousy in their hearts for the time being and watched Lin Xian walk forward. Next to him, Yi Wu Dao's figure flickered as he headed for the third level. He had a saint body and was extremely strong. Therefore, the flames on the second level naturally couldn't satisfy him. A few other Archean geniuses left as well, including Wu Qin from the Western Desert. When he reached the third level, Lin Xian stopped temporarily. He began to guide the flames around him to temper his 9-yang divine body. Yi Wu Dao and the others did the same. Everyone settled down on the third level for the time being. The atmosphere was so quiet that it was a little scary. However, the silence only lasted for an incense stick's worth of time, and then a violent tremor came. The entire flame pagoda seemed to be on the verge of cracking. The surrounding sea of flames continued to spread, shattering the void. Many people screamed again. Chapter 2945. The power of the flames here had actually increased. Lin Xian also suddenly opened his eyes. With a cold shout, his body bloomed with light and quickly absorbed the flames. At the same time, he frowned. What happened? It came from above. Yi Wu Dao raised his head and looked up. Could it be that someone had gone up? Some of the other primordial geniuses were also shocked. The Scorpio Race's genius said, "We are not the first group. The 3 ancient royal families have already gone there. In addition, there are some terrifying geniuses who went there earlier than us. Most of them acted alone." That was indeed the case. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. It seemed that someone must have gone to a higher level. But who? Why would it cause such a vibration? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Golden light flickered in his eyes as if it wanted to see through everything. He seemed to see a few blurry figures above. At the same time, there was a sea of fire that filled the sky. Those flames had turned purple, different from the red flames here. Obviously, it was a more terrifying flame. Among those flames, there was a purple bead that kept circling. The aura of the flames was even more terrifying, bringing with it a monstrous destruction. In fact, it even made him tremble slightly. What was that purple bead? So terrifying. It could actually make his 9-yang divine body tremble. Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be the legendary heavenly fire? Through the heavenly secret divine eye, he saw that the purple bead was wrapped in endless purple flames. It was much stronger than the surrounding flames, almost purple to the point of turning black. He didn't know if it was the legendary heavenly fire. However, he felt the excitement in his body. That's right, it was the cheers of the 9-yang divine body. This kind of flame would definitely be of great help to the improvement of the 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian had no doubt about this. Obtaining it would greatly improve the 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a fiery light. This is? On the other side, Wu Qin raised his head with a look of surprise. To be honest, Wu Qin and the 7th generation lord were very similar. They were both 15 or 16 years old. but their eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and endless secrets. Rumor had it that Wu Qin was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, so he must have many secret techniques in his hands. Sure enough, at this moment, it was unknown what kind of divine ability he used, but symbols erupted from his eyes. He was incredibly shocked. From the looks of it, he seemed to have noticed the purple flame pearl above as well. Fire Spirit Pearl. Who would have thought that there would be a Fire Spirit Pearl here? Dustless was shocked. What? There's a treasure above? The other human and Archean sky prides were shocked to hear this. Where is it? The 4th floor or the 5th floor? They didn't know. Someone's expression became grave. It couldn't be the 7th level, right? Let's go and take a look. These people's eyes were burning with passion. Lin Xian also stood up. As long as he could obtain the purple Fire Spirit Pearl, it would definitely be 100 times better than cultivating here. Therefore, he had to speed up. Of course, not everyone wanted the Fire Spirit Pearl. For example, the wavering light Saint Sun stopped on the 4th floor. He seemed to have found something and sat down cross-legged. Meanwhile, Leaf Dowdenier was stuck in the 5th level. Other than that, everyone else wanted to ascend to the 6th floor or even the 7th floor. The flames on the 6th floor instantly turned purple. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they even felt despair. As soon as they took half a step, their bodies cracked. Some of them even had half their bodies burned to ashes. Don't be rash. The purple flames are terrifying, someone reminded them. Everyone stopped. It seemed that the Fire Spirit Pearl should be in the purple sea of flames. Was it the 6th or 7th floor? Someone used a powerful ability and directly streaked across the void to look ahead. The 6th and 7th floors seemed to be open and connected. In other words, from here on out it was the 6th floor. The depths of the purple sea of flames was the 7th floor. Someone else is coming? But you bunch of trash, hurry up and get lost. Just as everyone was discussing how to enter the sea of flames and obtain the Fire Spirit Pearl, suddenly a disdainful sneer came from the sea of flames. What? Someone's here. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that someone would be able to enter the purple flames. Who was it? Was it a prodigy of the Fire Qilin Cave? Or was it a prodigy of the other 2 Archean theocrats? They didn't know. In front of them, a figure was walking over. What? A human! These Archean creatures were stunned. Not to mention them, Lin Xian and the others were also stunned, because it was indeed a person. It was a man bathed in purple flames. This person was handsome and had a terrifying aura. His eyes turned into a monstrous sea of flames that seemed to merge with the surrounding purple flames. It was him, the 5 Elements Palace's saint from 2 generations ago, Feng Yuntian. He was very strong and should have reached the level of an invincible king. He was actually a top prodigy of the 5 Elements Palace. Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian was also surprised. He was no stranger to the 5 Elements Palace. He had even killed the 5 Elements Palace's saint. Up until now, the 5 Elements Palace had already changed several saints. However, the more the saints changed, the weaker they became. He didn't expect the 5 Elements Palace to have such an outstanding prodigy. However, when he heard that he was from 2 generations ago, he understood. Although the other party was also from the younger generation, it was obvious that he was not from the same generation as them. He should have lived for almost 500 years. However, this was not important. What was important was that, at this moment, the other party's gaze was like 2 flaming blades that were looking at everyone. Feeling this gaze, many people's hearts trembled. Even the Archean creatures were the same. Lin Xian frowned because he realized that the other party's gaze stopped on him for 2 seconds. However, it quickly moved away. Get lost. A bunch of ants. This is not a place where you can come so easily. For the sake of your lives, you'd better leave quickly. Feng Yuntian waved his hand impatiently. Then he turned around and strode forward. Following his footsteps, the surrounding flames actually dispersed on their own. Damn it! How dare you look down on us? The Archean creatures roared angrily. The Stone Tribe's prodigy's expression was cold. He took a step forward and directly shattered the void. His entire body was bathed in a sea of purple flames. Endless stone runes flickered on his body, blocking the purple flames. The Scorpio tribe's prodigy laughed, but did not make a move. Instead, she looked around with her beautiful eyes. Buzz, she did not make a move, but a woman in a black dress walked up. This woman opened her mouth and spat out a jade gourd. The gourd opened and poured out a merciless black water that enveloped her. Underworld river water. Damn it, she actually has such a thing. She's from the Black Tiger tribe, right? Chapter 2946. A drop of Nether River and a million skeletons. Nether River water was formed from countless corpses and carried an extremely sinister aura. One could say that it could only be formed in the primordial battlefield previously. Unexpectedly, the Black Tiger race had so much Nether River water. As soon as this extremely cold black water appeared, it enveloped the black-dressed woman and blocked the surrounding purple flames. The black-dressed woman chuckled and quickly walked forward. Someone else attacked. That person walked out with a half-saint artifact. That half-saint artifact turned into a green storm and shrouded his body. He should be a prodigy of the Nether Ghost race. Many people used powerful techniques. On the human side, a few people also walked out. Seiko Dian directly spat out a fire Aegis pearl. Wherever it passed, the purple flames would make way. It looked like there were many people eyeing the fire spirit pearl. The 1-pound dark red divine dragon muttered softly, "Kid, what do you plan to do?" Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Of course he would attack. I must get this thing. It's very important to me. But there was no hurry. Let's wait and see. It was a good opportunity to use these people to gauge the strength of the people inside. At the same time, he could see how strong the purple flames were. Previously, Lin Xian had used his heavenly secret divine eyes to see that there were at least 3 figures around the fire spirit pearl. Now that Fang Yuntian had appeared, there should be 2 more who had not come out from the depths of the purple sea. He wondered who those 2 people were. Those people unleashed their various abilities and rapidly proceeded forward. Soon, they were surrounded by the endless purple sea of fire. But gradually their expressions changed, because the purple flames in front of them suddenly became violent. Balls of flames appeared in the depths of the sea of fire, turning into flaming beasts that roared. Buzz! Many people looked as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies were charred black and some even cracked. Damn it! Even the terrifying geniuses were roaring furiously. Among them, the Nether River water on the Black Tiger race woman's body was also emitting white smoke. It looked like it was about to evaporate. This made the black-dressed woman not dare to move forward. On the other side, the genius with the half-saint weapon also stopped. That was because his accompanying sacred artifact had received a fierce impact. Although there was no immediate danger to his life, the collision of energy still caused his blood to churn. There was even one person whose magical treasure was torn apart. He was rammed into by a flaming beast. Blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of roasted meat wafted through the air. The geniuses who were standing at the edge of the crowd gasped when they saw the scene. What a terrifying sea of purple flames! Those people were powerful and had many treasures, but they were still unable to reach the innermost part. I really don't know how those people got in. Had their strength already reached such a terrifying level? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had seen enough, so there was no need to wait any longer. Kid, are you going to make a move? The dark red divine dragon asked. Why don't we wait and let those people kill each other for a while? When it's about time, we'll clean up the mess. No, those people were very strong. Perhaps some of them could really seize the treasure. Lin Xian's expression was grave. How about this? I'll go alone first, and you'll help me out outside. All right, then be careful. Lin Xian nodded and strode forward. With one step, White smoke rose from under his feet. Endless purple flames swept toward him crazily, trying to burn him to ashes. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly, and the 9-yang divine fire fought against the purple flames. At the same time, he activated his cultivation technique, absorbing the flames as he walked. That kid actually went on foot. That's right, he didn't use any special ability, nor did he use any powerful treasures. As expected of the 9-yang divine body, one of the strongest physiques in the world, many people exclaimed in admiration and envy. The people in front also turned their heads and frowned. Further in, 3 figures stood in front of the fire spirit pearl, guarding against each other. At the same time, their eyes were burning with passion. At that moment, the previous saint of 5 Elements Palace, Fong Yuntian, suddenly frowned. He turned his head to look. That kid has made a move? He really doesn't know what's good for him. He originally wanted to get rid of him after getting the fire spirit pearl, but he didn't expect him to rush to his death. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. He naturally recognized Lin Xian. Lin Xian had killed many of their 5 Elements Palace's prodigies, so Fong Yuntian wouldn't let him go. However, it was only a matter of time. Not far away from him, there was also a figure. This figure only looked like a human, but it was actually a dragon, a 2-headed dragon. His body was covered in scales, and his 2 dragon heads were incomparably ferocious. Obviously, he was a prodigy of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The last one was a woman. A huge qilin pattern crawled across half of her body. Her gaze also pierced through the sea of fire and looked into the distance. Was that the guy? He actually wanted to get his hands on the fire spirit pearl. What a reckless thing. The 2-headed dragon of the nest of 10,000 dragons also sneered. However, in the next moment they frowned. Even in the distance, many people screamed. Behind them, Lin Xian took a few steps and suddenly became extremely fast. He seemed to have transformed into a golden sword light, piercing through the purple sea of fire. That speed was shocking. As a result, the pupils of the Black Tiger Clan, Silver Clan, and Stone Clan's prodigies all constricted. They were all blocked previously and couldn't move forward at all. They could only resist here. However, Lin Xian actually surpassed them in an instant, reaching deeper into the sea of fire. Could it be that this kid wanted to die? Impossible. His body definitely couldn't withstand it. These people roared crazily. However, Lin Xian's speed didn't weaken at all and even became faster, because at this moment, not only did he activate the 9-yang divine body, but he also activated the great dragon sword soul. Terrifying sword energy formed on his body. The terror of the great dragon sword soul obliterated everything. The purple flames couldn't hurt him at all. Therefore, Lin Xian soon arrived at the depths of the purple sea of fire. Damn brat, he actually had such ability. In the depths of the sea of fire, 3 figures frowned. The 2-headed dragon snorted coldly, and the woman from the fire qilin cave also frowned. She looked up at Fong Yuntian and said coldly, "How about this? With the 2 of us here, you won't be able to get the fire spirit pearl. Why don't you help me block that kid? And I can give you other benefits." "What benefits?" Fong Yuntian frowned and asked. Indeed, he didn't have much confidence in facing 2 primordial prodigies. "I'll give you a 5,000-year-old earth core flame." Hearing this, Fong Yuntian's pupils constricted. Then he smiled. "You said it yourself. Don't worry, as long as you block him, I'll give you a wisp about the size of a finger." The woman from the fire qilin cave said in a deep voice. Chapter 2947. Although he could not obtain the fire spirit pearl, to be able to obtain a portion of the 5,000-year-old earth core flame was also extremely good to him. The next moment he turned around and walked outside. Very soon, he welcomed Lin Xian and blocked Lin Xian. When those people outside saw this scene, they exclaimed in shock. 5 Elements Palace's previous generation, Holy Sun, Fang Yuntian. He actually made a move. Was he going to intercept Lin Xian? Heavens, I saw that there seemed to be two people inside. Who were those two people? No idea. But this Lin Xian was most likely doomed. Yes, that Fang Yuntian was so terrifying. Just relying on his own divine ability, he could enter and exit the purple fire sea calmly. He was definitely one of the pinnacle prodigies. This Lin Xian absolutely could not block it. Definitely, Lin Xian was just a little stronger physically. But in terms of divine abilities, he was not Fang Yuntian's match at all. Far away, those people were discussing animatedly. They naturally knew about the grudge between Lin Xian and Five Elements Palace. Facing off against Lin Xian, Fang Yuntian absolutely would not show mercy. You're that Lin Xian, right? Gutsy, to actually dare to have designs on the Fire Spirit Pearl. Do you think that you have the qualifications? Fang Yuntian's voice was ice cold. Are you going to intercept me? Lin Xian frowned. Didn't expect that you're actually working for the primordial creatures. Really shameful. Just now, when Fang Yuntian came out, he brought along an endless sea of fire. Lin Xian saw that those two figures were not humans, but primordial creatures. He did not expect that this Fang Yuntian actually reached an agreement with two primordial creatures. Looks like he should have obtained some benefits from the other party. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Even if there are no primordial creatures, I'll still kill you. Do you really think that those things that you did to my Five Elements Palace previously, I can let you leave alive? Speaking up to here, his eyes erupted with piercing, cold killing intent. So, you want to stand up for Five Elements Palace? When Lin Xian heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, do you have the qualifications to do so? What an insolent brat. I can't help but want to tear you to shreds. Fang Yuntian's originally handsome face had a trace of malevolence. He was the holy son of the previous generation. He was very powerful and had entered the invincible king realm 50 years ago. Now, it had completely stabilized and even reached a higher level. Among the younger generation, there were not many who were his match. Previously, he had been able to enter the sea of purple flames and compete with the geniuses of the ancient theocrats. This was enough to prove how terrifying his strength was. However, this kid in front of him actually dared to look down on him. This even made him feel unreal. Tear me to shreds? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lin Xian's expression also darkened. Let me give you a piece of advice. Get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Reckless guy. Anyone who dares to say such things to me has already gone to hell. You are no exception. The killing intent on Fang Yuntian's body completely spread out. He hooked his finger, and the surrounding flames immediately spread out, turning into extremely terrifying flame beasts that charged forward. In an instant, 5 flame beasts were formed, and they were incomparably ferocious. Buzz. Lin Xian used the Yin-Yang 8 steps, and like a phantom, he instantly dodged the attacks of the 5 flame beasts and appeared in another direction. You're quite fast. You're out of my expectations. However, do you think you can escape from me? Fang Yuntian was not angry when his attack missed. Instead, he revealed an even more cruel smile. At this moment, his body was covered in flames, and he was like a flame god of war, releasing a biting cold aura. I want to escape? Are you an idiot? It's obvious that your attack speed is too slow and you can't hit me at all. Lin Xian fiercely counterattacked. 9 suns divine fire spread out from his body, making him look like a fire god. His voice was even more rumbling, like thunder. It shook everyone until their faces turned pale. What a sharp-tongued brat. Let's see if your strength is as good as your mouth. If you don't have the ability, then die. Fang Yuntian had completely lost his patience. He formed a seal with his palms, and the surrounding sea of fire surged as if it had come to life. In an instant, another 8 purple beasts appeared. Each of them was incomparably huge, as if they were real beasts, and they surrounded Lin Xian. Die! With a furious roar, these flame beasts completely exploded, and boundless energy engulfed Lin Xian. How terrifying! This move could directly kill an invincible king. Yes, as expected of Fang Yuntian. He was too terrifying. He could definitely compete with the top 10,000 ancient races. The human race actually had such a prodigy. It was truly terrifying. In the distance, those people were discussing animatedly. Even the primordial prodigies had solemn expressions. Indeed, they did not expect the human race to have such a terrifying prodigy. It seemed that they had still underestimated the human race. After so many years of reproduction, the human race had produced many powerhouses, and there were even more prodigies. It was just that many of them had not appeared before. Now that it was gradually revealed, the strength of some people truly shocked them. For example, Fang Yuntian in front of them could actually control the purple flames. This was something that even they could not do. It's just a mere flame. What can it do to me? Amidst the violent energy in front, a cold shout sounded. Following that, a wisp of sword light appeared, and all the flame beasts were split apart. Lin Xian strode out. The light on his body was still as bright as before, and he did not receive any damage. Is this all you've got? If that's all you have, then you can get lost. Lin Xian shouted coldly. That attack just now was just a casual attack. I didn't even use half of my strength. Next, I'll show you my true strength. Accompanied by Fang Yuntian's voice, a purple fist blasted out. Fist of fire. The purple sea of fire surged, turning into a purple vermilion bird that tore through the void and charged forward. Feeling the phantom of the purple vermilion bird, the people in the distance were terrified, and their souls trembled. It was too terrifying. Even though they were so far away from this punch, they were still terrified. One could imagine how terrifying the attack Lin Xian was facing was. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian also waved his hand and charged forward. In an instant, the battle between the two erupted. The entire sea of fire turned into a purple vortex, and endless energy spread out from the vortex. Not good, retreat. The prodigies of the Black Tiger race, Stone race, and Silver race who were still holding on in the sea of fire also frantically retreated. They were already on the verge of collapse, and now, with the addition of the violent energy, they could not stay any longer. Some of them were even slower and were directly pierced by the energy. Blood splattered everywhere, and they evaporated before they landed on the ground. Amidst the violent energy, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He had to admit that Fang Yuntian was quite strong. Chapter 2948. However, he did not have the time to waste on Fang Yuntian. There were two figures in front of him, and they seemed to be trying to get the fire spirit pearl. If they succeeded, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to end this quickly. He had to get rid of Fang Yuntian first, and then snatch the fire spirit pearl from the two primordial elites. I wanted to play with you, but I don't have time to deal with you now. Lin Xian's eyes turned sharp. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared out, and the surrounding purple flames surged like waves, crashing in all directions. Behind him, 8 purple fire dragons were formed and spewed in all directions. They intertwined and formed a picture of a fire dragon. The great dragon's sword soul? Fang Yuntian frowned. He knew that Fang Yuntian not only had the 9 yang divine body, but also the great dragon's sword soul. When he felt the sharp aura, he was sure that Fang Yuntian had activated the great red dragon sword soul. It really made people envious. Fang Yuntian snorted in his heart, and his eyes turned red. He wanted to kill Fang Yuntian and snatch his great dragon sword soul. He could not believe that Fang Yuntian had obtained such a precious treasure. Well, since you're in a hurry to die, I'll show you my trump card. Fang Yuntian's face was ferocious. Endless flames emerged from his body, and they turned into lotus flowers that bloomed in the air. Earth-shattering heavenly lotus, countless lotus flowers gathered in the sky, and they flickered continuously. A terrifying fiery aura spread out. It made people tremble. What shocked them even more was that there were shadows in the lotus flowers, as if they were trying to break free. What are those? Seeing those shadows, many people were terrified. Even the primordial elites felt a chill run down their spines. They felt that a peerless beast was about to crawl out. Even Lin Xian could feel the aura. Immediately he frowned. He had to admit that Fang Yuntian's move was very powerful. Even he felt threatened. Humph! He snorted, and the great dragon sword soul in his body was fully activated. The 8 fire dragons behind him let out deafening roars. Every time they turned their bodies, the void would shatter. It was too scary. These 8 fire dragons were like real dragons, making people tremble. Even the 2-headed dragon, who was in the deepest part of the sea of purple flames, frowned. A piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes. Damn it, this brat actually dares to use my dragon's divine ability. It wasn't only him. The woman from the Fire Qilin cave also frowned. That was because the 8 fire dragons were becoming more and more powerful, as if they were going to break through the heavens and earth. In front of him, Fang Yuntian was also frowning. No, he couldn't let his opponent's aura grow any stronger. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, he quickly attacked. Go to hell, brat! Shao Chun threw a palm strike, and the fire lotuses in the sky charged forward together with the mysterious illusions. Even invincible kings couldn't withstand this attack. Lin Xian also waved his arm. Following his sword light, the 8 fire dragons behind him roared ferociously and charged forward. Boom! Majestic power exploded, sweeping in all directions like a sky full of waves. The fire lotuses in the sky were shattered by the 8 fire dragons, and countless cracks appeared. Those mysterious phantoms also disappeared along with him. No, damn it! How can you be so powerful? Fang Yuntian's expression changed for the first time. He didn't expect his divine ability to be broken by his opponent. How can the 8 fire dragons be so powerful? I've said it before, with your strength, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian quickly charged over. He stepped on the 8 fire dragons and attacked like a fiend god. Damn it! It was the power of the dragon sword soul. Fang Yuntian exclaimed. He realized that he had underestimated the power of the dragon sword soul. Therefore, he wanted to escape now. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? He stomped his foot, and the 8 fire dragons under his feet coiled, enveloping the entire world. Stay here! Lin Xian's palm transformed into a golden mountain of flames and descended from the sky, wanting to suppress Fang Yuntian. Damn it! Fire element fist, block it for me! He struck out with the fire element fist again, and a vast fist resisted it. However, it was shattered in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sea of flames red. Ah! Fang Yuntian screamed. His fist was shattered, but this was just the beginning. In the next moment, he was sent flying by a sword. His body was also split in half. No! Fang Yuntian was terrified. At the same time, he was very decisive. He used the blood that flowed out to draw lotus flowers again, and he quickly burned them and rushed into the distance. Soon he tore through the sky and escaped. What? This guy burned his bloodline power? Oh heavens, he ran away. Was Lin Xian so powerful? No one expected the 5 Elements Palace's saint from 2 generations ago to burn his bloodline and escape in a panic after exchanging a few blows. This scene was really beyond their expectations. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He looked at the other party's fleeing figure, but he didn't chase after him. It was too late. He had to hurry and snatch the fire spirit pearl. His body swayed, and he stepped on 8 fire dragons, quickly charging into the depths of the purple sea of flames. Damn it, he actually lost. What a piece of trash. He couldn't even hold on for such a short time. In the depths of the sea of flames, the two-headed dragon and the woman from the fire-Chilin cave looked gloomy, especially the prodigy from the fire-Chilin cave. She was very dissatisfied. She originally thought that this human prodigy could help her solve a problem. She didn't expect him to run away. Long Ao, help me. After it's done, I'll give you something of equal value in exchange. This fire spirit pearl is very useful to me. The two-headed dragon pondered for a moment and then said, Okay, but I want you to give me a Chilin stone. Chilin stone. The prodigy from the fire-Chilin cave's pupils shrank, and she was furious. Damn it, this guy was really asking for too much. The Chilin stone's value was no less than the fire spirit pearl in front of her. Moreover, this stone was only available in the Chilin cave. It was a stone that was transformed from the ground under their feet when they were born. It could be said to be very precious. However, this fire spirit pearl was indeed very important to her. Therefore, the woman nodded and said, Okay, I'll give you one. Deal. The double-headed dragon, Long Ao's mouth curled up into a smile. In the next moment, his body swayed and he rushed out. Let me take care of him. As he moved, the surrounding sea of flames kept shaking, spreading to both sides. In the end, it formed a vacuum. Terrifying dragon silhouettes dashed out from the sky. Accompanying them was a power that made one's soul tremble. Damn it! Did someone come out again? Everyone had just recovered from the shock of Fang Yuntian's defeat when they trembled again. Even the other prodigies looked as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 2949. What? The geniuses of the nest of 10,000 dragons? They finally made their move. This time, everyone screamed. Even the geniuses of the human race were facing a great enemy. Nest of 10,000 dragons. Did the legendary dragons, their geniuses, finally make their move? I wonder how powerful he would be. Just from this aura alone, it had already surpassed Fang Yuntian's. Nest of 10,000 dragons? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He stopped, stepped on the 8 fire dragons and looked ahead. Kid, get lost. This is not a place where you can get involved. The two-headed dragon said coldly. Someone said that to me just now. However, he has already been beaten away by me. Why? Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Humph, don't compare me to that trash. Let me tell you, if I make a move, you have no way to survive. I will send you on your way now. The two-headed dragon made his move. He was very decisive because, in his opinion, killing the other party was no different from crushing an ant. As he stretched out his palm, a terrifying dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. The surrounding sea of fire also followed his movements, turning into purple dragons that rushed forward. In the distance, those people gasped as they looked at the scene in front of them in horror. It was too terrifying. Just a casual palm strike was enough to create such a heaven-defying phenomenon. Was this the power of the dragons? It was really shocking. In the sky, 18 purple flame dragons twisted in the air, roaring and emitting shocking energy fluctuations. Roar! Then they tore through the void towards Lin Xian, wanting to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Destroy! Lin Xian roared as the divine flames on his body bloomed, turning into a flaming sword that he held in his hand. With a slash of the sword slashed in all directions, filling the sky with sword light. Bang! 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 It collided with the 18 purple fire dragons in the sky. Boom! Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the void as endless flames surged into the sky. The 18 purple fire dragons roared nonstop, turning into a sea of fire that descended. Lin Xian's sword light also slowly faded and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the distance, everyone was terrified. This attack was simply too terrifying. Both of them were top-notch geniuses. Lin Xian stood in the void, his eyes flickering. He had to admit that the two-headed dragon was very powerful, even stronger than Fang Yuntian. The other party was actually able to block his sword light. His sword light had indeed surprised him. No wonder you could defeat Fang Yuntian. You have some strength. The two-headed dragon also nodded slightly. However, it's still not enough to deal with me. That palm strike just now was just a casual strike of mine. Next, I will use my full strength. Can you block it? As he spoke, his eyes was filled with disdain. When these words were spoken, the martial artists in the distance were shocked. Heavens, was it really just a casual attack? The dragon race was truly ferocious. Even those archaic paragons felt their scalps tingling. Is that so? That sword strike just now was just a casual strike of mine. You being able to block it is nothing to be proud of. Lin Xian looked calm as well. Humph, you are indeed a stubborn brat. I know that you have the great dragon's sword soul. However, even if you possess the great dragon's sword soul, you're no match for me. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to live, kneel down obediently and offer up your almighty sword soul. How can an ant like you be worthy of the almighty sword soul? Only dragons like me are worthy of it. As he spoke, the two-headed dragon's aura became fierce again. Purple dragons circled around him, roaring non-stop. Their voices shook heaven and earth. Boom! Another palm strike was sent over. This time, in addition to the terrifying purple flames, there was also monstrous thunder in the flames. Obviously, the power of this palm strike was much stronger than before. In the distance, the geniuses were terrified. They were already unable to withstand the previous palm strike. Now they were even less of a match for this palm strike. Most likely, no one present would be able to stop him. That kid is dead meat. That's a divine beast of heaven and earth. How can a human fight against it? In their opinion, this time, Lin Xian was bound to lose. Humph! Divine Nine Sun's fist! Lin Xian shouted coldly and waved his fist. The Divine Nine Sun's fire completely erupted and turned into a golden crow that rushed forward. Otherwise, the almighty sword soul in his body rumbled and turned into rays of sword light that burst out with blazing light. He also slashed out. This time, Lin Xian was furious. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The purple flames and lightning palm were blasted away by the punch. The remaining energy was shattered into pieces by the sword chi that filled the sky. Not only that, but the fist and sword aura were also rushing toward the two-headed dragon with a very sharp attitude. This time, the two-headed dragon's face darkened. Previously, the other party was able to block its casual attack. It did not think much of it, but this time it was surprised. This time its power had increased. In its opinion, the other party should not be able to block it. However, it did not expect the other party to not only block it, but also attack it so powerfully. Damn kid, I'll skin you myself. I'll pull the almighty sword soul out of your body. Buzz! He snorted coldly, and a red saber rushed out from between his eyebrows and was held in his hand. The saber was extremely terrifying. It emitted a monstrous, murderous aura. As soon as it appeared, it swept in all directions. It caused everyone's souls to tremble, and many people knelt on the ground. Damn it, the flood dragon's saber! It's made of the bones of a flood dragon. Moreover, it's probably a very terrifying flood dragon. Many archaic creatures screamed in fear. It was a terrifying, half-step sacred artifact. Boom! The saber slashed down, and flames surged in the sky. The terrifying saber light tore through the sky and split the earth. This time it was even more terrifying. Obviously, the two-headed dragon was furious. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hands. The Divine Nine Sun's fire combined with the great dragon sword's soul quickly appeared in front of him. A large bronze bell appeared. The bell was very simple and unadorned, and runes were all over it. Although it was just an illusion, it seemed like a real divine artifact. It carried a monstrous aura. Clang! A terrifying sound rang out, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Flower Protector. Damn it, he summoned a terrifying killing weapon, Flower Protector. These people screamed in fear. Flower Protector was a famous killing weapon in ancient times. Once Flower Protector was used, it could kill 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Xian was too confident. He had Flower Protector, but he didn't take it out. He was just relying on his ability. Did he think that the divine ability he summoned could contend against the other party's treasured saber? Screams rang out one after another, and the 2-headed dragon's face also darkened. To be honest, the bronze bell that appeared in the sky also gave him a feeling of fear and trepidation. Especially that sound wave, even his soul shook a little. Buzz, buzz, boom. Chapter 2950. In the end, the 2 of them vanished into thin air. He blocked it again. Many people exclaimed. The 2-headed dragon's face was gloomy. Lin Xian stepped into the air, and his voice was cold. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my divine power. He raised his palm, and the sword Qi in the sky intertwined, turning into a black steel that descended from the sky. Suppress it. The steel emitted a thick demonic Qi that made people tremble. Oh heavens, the great dragon sword soul is really too terrifying. Everything it evolves is incomparably real. Nonsense. That's an offensive saint technique of heaven and earth. Whoever gets it will definitely be an incomparably terrifying existence. This Lin Xian is really terrifying. Many people were terrified and envious. Although they didn't know what the other party had evolved this time, the terror was definitely not inferior to the Flower Protector. What Lin Xian had evolved this time was the terrifying Devil Steel in Black Demon Cliff. At this moment, it descended from the sky and could really suppress everything. Boom! The 2-headed dragon couldn't reach it in time. He was blasted by the Black Devil Steel and fell into the flames. With a boom, the ground trembled. The huge devil, Steel, pressed down on his body. The dragon scales on his back dimmed and even shattered. Dragon blood dyed the void red. Ah, damn it! I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. The 2-headed dragon screamed crazily, his eyes red. He was injured. He was actually injured by the other party. Moreover, at this moment, he was being pressed to the ground by the other party. This kind of humiliation was unbearable. Boom! He roared, and the dragon blood in his body surged, forming a powerful force that shattered the black devil's steel above him. He stood up and charged towards Lin Xian. Like a red hurricane, the frenzied blade in his hand was even more powerful. This time he was completely enraged. Moreover, he had the intention to kill. As a prodigy of the dragons, he was extremely powerful. Usually no one dared to challenge him. The other ancient royal families had to be respectful when they saw him. But now he had been injured by a mere human. Moreover, so many people saw it. If he didn't kill the other party, how could he establish himself in the future? Whoosh! The saber slashed down like a peerless wild saber, combined with the flames that filled the sky and the terrifying thunder. Its power was astonishing. This saber strike could cut down invincible kings. Lin Xian executed his yin-yang 8 steps and shifted his position, instantly dodging the sword. A terrifying black hole appeared where he had been standing, swallowing the purple flames. Brat, you can't escape. No matter where you run to, you will definitely die today. The double-headed dragon was brimming with killing intent. His body had also become 3 times larger than before. The 2 heads emitted a terrifying light. One of the heads was surrounded by flames, while the other was surrounded by thunder. Lightning and fire intertwined, providing him with powerful energy. Annihilation slash. Another slash came. This time, he used the power of his bloodline. In the sky, the power of lightning and fire intersected. Together with the power of the bloodline, they turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed down from the sky. The surrounding space froze. Everyone's body trembled, unable to dodge. They could only crawl on the ground. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. He let out a long laugh. He reached out with both hands and grabbed upward. It seemed that he wanted to take the saber with his bare hands. Heavens! In the distance! Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. You're courting death. Do you think that your 9-yang divine body can block my saber strike? What a joke! The double-headed dragon kept roaring. The dragon blood on his body emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian roared. Mysterious runes appeared on his body, one after another. The 9-yang divine fire burned fiercely. His body shone with boundless light. At this moment, he really looked like a golden god of war. His palms were incomparably resplendent. They carried a supreme power as they blasted forward. Clang! Many of the geniuses' ears bled. Many of them even fainted. The flames on Lin Xian's body were torn apart. The terrifying saber light hit his body and made a clanging sound. White traces were left behind. However, it did not break his body. This scene shocked everyone. Not only that, Lin Xian even put his palms together, grabbed the opponent's long saber, and swung it forcefully. Get the hell out of here. This move of his could shatter 100,000 mountains. Although the double-headed dragon was a dragon with a strong physique and powerful bloodline power, it was still too weak. Under Lin Xian's heaven-defying divine power, its long saber was snatched away. It kept arguing in the sky. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. It turned into 2 sword lights and blasted on the long saber. Boom! The long saber dimmed. In the next moment, Lin Xian grabbed the saber hilt and slashed at the double-headed dragon. Roar! The long saber let out a terrifying roar. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body rumbled. A mysterious and terrifying power burst out. The saber turned into a giant dragon that was 100 feet long. It descended from the sky and directly enveloped the double-headed dragon. No! The double-headed dragon screamed crazily. Its body turned into a giant dragon that was a few thousand feet long and soared into the sky. Lightning and fire spread out from its body. The power of its bloodline turned into mysterious runes that carried a powerful force. It was as if a divine dragon was fighting against a shocking saber. Boom! Boom! The saber fell, and the sea of fire surged. Hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts fell. A terrifying black hole appeared in the sky, and a miserable cry rang out. Immediately after, dragon blood drifted in the air. A dragon claw fell from the sky and shattered the void. It fell to the ground. The surrounding purple sea of fire could not spread at all. In fact, it kept retreating. What? It's injured. The prodigy of the dragons is injured. The primordial prodigies widened their eyes in disbelief. What did Lin Xian do? Lin Xian cut off a dragon claw with a single saber strike? Is he trying to slay a dragon? They were terrified. Lin Xian let out a long howl and kicked the 2-headed dragon's head, causing it to fall to the ground. At the same time, he said, "Ruffian dragon, I'll leave this guy to you. I'll go get the fire spirit pearl." Ah! Roar! The double-headed dragon kept rolling on the ground. That kick had deformed one of its heads. Many of the scales on its body also fell off. It roared crazily, and a series of dragon roars resounded through heaven and earth. "Damn brat, I'm going to kill you." He spoke in human language, and the dragon chi on his body surged into the sky, turning into terrifying rays of light that shot into the clouds. He wanted to soar into the sky and kill Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, a red claw descended from the sky like a red mountain and slapped its head again. The head that had just healed was deformed again. "Stop running, I'm your opponent." A strange cry sounded in the sky. The double-headed dragon was furious. "Who is it? How dare they stop me?" He let out a terrifying roar. At this moment, the dragon might spread and everyone trembled. That was the suppression of bloodline. However, the voice in the sky was indeed disdainful. "Two-headed kid, how dare you compete with me in dragon might? Are you courting death?" Chapter 2951. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even the two-headed dragon was stunned on the spot. Its body began to tremble. An intense fear appeared on its two enormous dragon heads. Damn it, it's a dragon roar. What pure dragon blood! The other party's dragon might was actually stronger than his, and it even suppressed him to the point that he could not breathe. Who is it? He raised his head with difficulty and looked forward. In the sky, a dark red divine dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking at him with disdain. Damn it, it's the snake beside that brat. How can he have such a terrifying dragon might? The others were also stunned. They knew that Lin Xian had a dragon beside him, but they did not expect that dragon's aura to be so terrifying. Could it be that his bloodline power is above that of the primordial paragons of a nest of 10,000 dragons? Thinking of this, they felt dizzy. In the depths of the purple sea of fire, the paragon of the Fire Qilin cave trembled when she heard the terrifying dragon roar, and the blood in her body almost froze. Shock appeared in her eyes. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that the two-headed dragon was defeated? She could not believe it. Also, what's with the dragon roar? Has a more terrifying paragon than the dragons arrived? She turned her head to look. However, in the next moment, she turned pale with fright and screamed as she dodged. A biting cold saber light descended from the sky, tearing apart the divine flames that filled the sky and slashing towards her, wanting to cut her in half. Fortunately, he was strong enough. At the critical moment, he quickly dodged and turned into an afterimage. However, this saber still brushed past her body. Immediately, a strand of hair on her head was cut off, and even her neck felt cold. All the hair on her body stood on end. Damn it, who is it? The female paragon screamed crazily, and her eyes turned into two fire Qilins roaring in the sky. In the next moment, she was extremely shocked. Damn, Brad, it's you. She saw clearly that it was Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian holding the purple dragon saber and charging over quickly. Damn it, could it be that Long Ao was defeated? He was extremely shocked. That was a two-headed dragon with great strength. How could it be defeated? Previously, he did not observe the battle as she had used all her strength to seize the Fire Spirit Pearl. After all, this Fire Spirit Pearl might be a precious treasure, but it was too terrifying and had to be sealed carefully. Otherwise, she would definitely be burned to a crisp. Therefore, she did not know what was happening outside. At this moment, she probed with her soul spirit, and her face turned gloomy. Outside, Long Ao and a dark red dragon were fighting, but Lin Xian had already arrived in front of her. Damn it, this kid actually has a dragon as a helper. Fang Yuntian and the two-headed dragon have already been defeated. You are the only one left. Do you still want to fight me? Lin Xian looked at the other party. I advise you to leave obediently. As Lin Xian spoke, he released his soul force and scanned the surroundings. He saw that not far from him there was a fist-sized purple bead that was spinning nonstop. It was covered with mysterious patterns. He could clearly feel that the Fire Spirit Pearl was emitting a terrifying power of flames. The power of the flames caused even his 9-yang divine body to tremble slightly. One could imagine how terrifying it was. No wonder the woman in front of him did not succeed after such a long time. The woman from the Fire Qilin cave snorted coldly. The flames on her body formed a Qilin armor, covering her beautiful body. At the same time, a terrifying light burst out from her eyes. With a wave of her hand, she kept sliding in the sky. The flames in the sky condensed into a terrifying Fire Qilin, surging and roaring. You are courting death. Since this is the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Xian shouted coldly. This time he did not use his divine eye, but took out Flower Protector directly. Now that his 9-yang divine body had reached the small success stage, he was not as careful as before when he used Flower Protector. Sure enough, after taking out Flower Protector, he held it in his hand and shook it nonstop. The terrifying sound waves swept in all directions, and the surrounding purple flames were suppressed and dimmed. Qilin's shield. Seeing this scene, the woman shouted and turned into shields with Qilin patterns engraved on them. There were a total of 8 shields around her, forming a strong defense. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his hand and pushed the great dragon sword soul, sending a wave of energy into Flower Protector. Immediately, Flower Protector enlarged, and the runes on it also spread out. Together with the sound waves, it swept in all directions. The sound waves hit the Qilin shield, making earth-shattering sounds. The terrifying sound waves and the power of the great dragon sword soul worked together to destroy the Qilin shield. In the end, the flames on the Qilin shield dimmed and made cracking sounds. With a bang, 3 Qilin shields shattered, and a hole appeared in the defense of the Fire Qilin Cave's prodigy. The sound waves in the sky finally found an opportunity and turned into a torrent, quickly surging in. Damn it! The female prodigy's expression changed. A hint of fear and anger appeared in her eyes. Ah! She screamed, opened her mouth, and spat out a light wave that surged forward. It was a treasured furnace. It was incomparably simple and had a very strange shape. As soon as the treasured furnace came out, it kept enlarging, like a small mountain, spiraling in the sky. At the same time, it attracted countless purple flames to provide energy. Above the treasured furnace, wisps of purple smoke emerged. The purple smoke was like divine swords that could destroy everything. Die for me! The Qilin prodigy roared angrily. The purple sword light slashed toward Lin Xian. The divine might on it was vast and mighty, terrifying everyone. This primordial prodigy really had a lot of treasures in his hands. This purple treasured furnace should also be a half-step sage artifact. Lin Xian snorted coldly, grabbed Flower Protector, and activated his divine power. Flower Protector continued to expand, covering the sky like a giant bronze mountain. Lin Xian waved it and smashed it down. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the terrifying sound waves shook all directions. The purple sword light that filled the sky was shattered. The Qilin prodigy was also sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her face became ferocious. Damn it, damn it! The other party did not play by the rules at all. That was a half-step sage artifact. Who would use it like that? One had to know that the power of a half-step sage artifact was unfathomable, far surpassing that of a heaven-grade treasure artifact. Some of them could even emit Dao patterns. That was a supreme killing weapon used in conjunction with a great mystical ability. But what about this kid in front of her? He did not use the mystical ability that a half-step sage artifact should have at all. Instead, he relied on brute force and the hardness of the half-step sage artifact to go on a rampage. This scene was truly driving the woman mad with anger. She tried hard to take a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Once again, she controlled the treasured furnace and quickly attacked. "Huh!" Lin Xian sneered. "I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm going to collect the fire spirit pearl." At this point, he clapped his hands and took out the saint's hand bone. Chapter 2952. Oh no! The Qilin prodigy's expression changed. She did not expect the other party to have the bone of a saint. Humph! She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Kid, I admit that I've underestimated you. You actually have such a treasure. But do you think you can stop me with that? You're too naive." Fire Qilin's sword. The female prodigy shouted, opened her mouth, and spat out another flying sword. It was a fiery red flying sword that was about the size of a palm. As soon as it appeared, it kept expanding until she grabbed it in her hand. She waved the long sword gently, and a terrifying sword light slashed in all directions. It was like a peerless immortal light. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was a peerless swordsman. How could he not be excited when he saw a peerless sword? Previously, he had used the ancient dragon abyss sword. Although it was also a treasure, it was only a top-tier heaven-grade artifact. But now, it could not keep up with his strength. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lin Xian would directly use the Nine Suns' divine fire and transform it into sword qi. In times of danger, he would use the flower protector and the nine-layered pagoda. However, although these two half-sage artifacts were powerful, they could not allow him to unleash 100% of the power of his sword Dao. Now, when he saw the fiery red long sword in the woman's hand, he immediately became interested. "This sword suits me very well." He stretched out a large golden hand and grabbed in front of him. "You're courting death." The prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She had taken out the sword to kill the enemy. Who would have thought that the other party would take a fancy to her sword before she even made a move? He even wanted to take it by force. "Damn you, I'll chop off your claws!" She shouted and waved the Fire Qilin sword, slashing forward. With a clang, she slashed at the golden hand. Sparks flew, and the Fire Qilin sword trembled non-stop. The woman's hand was numb. Lin Xian's hand was also forced back, and there was even a crack on his hand. "It can actually injure me, as expected of the sword that I've taken a fancy to." The light in his eyes became even brighter. "I must have this sword." He charged forward again. In the sky, countless palm shadows shot out, each of them grabbing at the blazing Qilin sword. "Be destroyed." The paragon of Fire Qilin Grotto wielded the Fire Qilin sword and slashed in all directions. In an instant, the countless golden palm shadows were all destroyed. It had to be said that this treasured sword was too powerful. No wonder Lin Xian was moved by it. In fact, the origin of this treasured sword was indeed extraordinary. This blazing Qilin sword was forged using the scales of a blazing Qilin and the 10,000-year starry sky iron. It could be said that it was extremely frightening. It was a well-known existence even among semi-sage tools. After dozens of moves, Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that this sword was really too sharp. He had actually destroyed all of the palm prints that he had sent out. 2 more cracks even appeared on his palm. It seemed that he had no choice but to use some tricks. Although you have a treasured sword, your sword art is not that great. Next, let me show you what a real sword art is. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. The divine flames on his body flickered, forming a flaming long sword that he held in his hand. Nine-Yang sword art. With a slash of the sword, sparks flew and easily broke the other party's sword qi. The golden sword art and the treasured sword in the other party's hand resisted each other. After more than 100 moves, Lin Xian used 9 suns open the sky to cut off the other party's arm. "Ah!" The woman screamed, but Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the blazing Qilin sword like a dragon head. When he grabbed it, the blazing Qilin sword struggled crazily. On the sword, Fire Qilins appeared and charged at Lin Xian quickly. The distance was very close. In an instant, the Fire Qilins pounced on Lin Xian. With a boom, Lin Xian was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. It was indeed a peerless sword. "You can't escape." He reached out his hand again and transformed it into 5 giant dragons that sealed the fire spirit sword. The Fire Qilin phantoms were forcibly destroyed by his 9-yang sword qi. In the end, he directly sent out the great dragon sword soul and merged it with the blazing Qilin sword. With a boom, the blazing Qilin sword completely exploded. The terrifying sword qi enveloped the entire sea of fire. At this moment, the people outside were all stunned. Many people were sent flying by a powerful force. They rolled far away and were dumbfounded. Damn it, what happened? What happened in the depths of the sea of fire? The battle inside was too intense. The dark, red, divine dragon and the 2-headed dragon were still fighting outside. Therefore, they had no idea what was happening to Lin Xian inside. Who was the one who unleashed this sword qi? Was it Lin Xian or Lin Xian's opponent? The two-headed dragon's eyelids were also twitching. Oh no, could it be that she had failed? I say, don't worry about others. Worry about yourself first. The dark, red, divine dragon laughed sinisterly and charged over again. In the sky, the two giant dragons were hundreds of feet long. They were constantly roaring and clashing with each other. The scene of the giant dragons fighting was too terrifying. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was shocked by the energy in the depths of the sea of fire. Everyone wanted to find out what was going on. In the depths of the sea of fire, Lin Xian held the blazing Qilin sword in his hand and smiled. The great dragon's sword soul forcefully infused into it and directly destroyed the blazing Qilin mark. Now that he had infused the power of the great dragon's sword soul into the sword, it completely belonged to him. It really was a good sword. Thank you very much. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said with a smile, Damn it. The blazing Qilin Sky Pride was about to go crazy. Her broken arm had grown out again, but her heart was bleeding. Such a powerful Dharma treasure was snatched away by the other party. He even destroyed her mark in an instant. The mark was not only hers, but also the blazing Qilin sword itself. It could be said that no one below the sage level could destroy it. However, the other party easily destroyed it. This was completely beyond her understanding. Let me try the power of the blazing Qilin sword. Lin Xian slowly raised his arm. In the next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul. Buzz! 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 The blazing Qilin sword trembled and shone brightly. The entire sky was quickly torn apart. Golden sword Qi circled the 9 heavens. Damn it! How could he unleash such power? On the other side, the blazing Qilin Sky Pride's face was extremely ugly. Even she could not unleash the blazing Qilin sword to such an extent. However, the other party, a human youth, was able to unleash the power of their clan's treasure to such an extent. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it even if she was beaten to death. Buzz! 9 suns opened the sky. Lin Xian slashed down with his ultimate move, splitting the entire sky in half. The blazing Qilin Sky Pride on the other side screamed and threw out countless Qilin shields to defend herself. Chapter 2953. Damn it! The prodigy was so angry that her eyes and ears were on fire. This time, not only did she not get the Fire Spirit Pearl, but she also lost her treasure, the Fire Qilin Sword. She swore that she would kill this brat and take back the Fire Qilin Sword at all costs, even if she had to use some secret techniques that would harm her body. With a shout, she was enveloped by endless bloodline power. Her body fused together, and her palms quickly formed a seal. The bloodline power burned rapidly. A terrifying aura burst out. Brat, I won't let you go. Her voice was cold. Humph. Lin Xian's eyes were intertwined with golden runes, forming a mysterious pattern. He directly attacked. With a puff, the opponent's body was penetrated. This pattern was one of the 3 patterns he had obtained in the dark tunnel. It was also the method he used to kill the Red Moon King. This time, it directly drained 1/3 of his soul power. However, in order to end the battle quickly, Lin Xian did not care about this. The Fire Qilin prodigy wanted to use a great mystique, but it was instantly shattered. The power of that rune had nearly destroyed her soul. She screamed in fear and did not dare to fight with the opponent again. She quickly fled, turning into a stream of light. Damn it, she actually ran away? How could this be? The two-headed dragon sensed this and was stunned. He did not expect the prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave to escape. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the brat had already reached such a terrifying level? He did not dare to imagine. After defeating the prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave, Lin Xian did not chase after her. He also did not join forces with the dark red divine dragon to kill the two-headed dragon. He turned and looked at the Fire Spirit Pearl not far away. Right now, The most important thing was to collect this fire spirit pearl to prevent any undue delay. Taking a deep breath, he put away the fire Qilin sword and flower protector. The energy in his body kept surging. Previously, the female prodigy of the Qilin cave had spent so much time, but still failed to get the fire spirit pearl. One could imagine how terrifying the fire spirit pearl was. Thus, he had to be careful. Buzz! The 9-yang divine constitution and the great dragon sword soul circulated together, enveloping his palm and turning it into a dragon head. He grabbed forward. With one grab, it covered the fire spirit plant. Buzz! Caught! Lin Xian was delighted. However, in the next moment, his pupils abruptly constricted and his expression changed. This was because the moment he grabbed the fire spirit pearl in his palm suddenly trembled at an extremely fast speed. An astonishing amount of heat was like the rumbling of 100,000 volcanoes. Boom! His palm instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. His 9-yang divine body was actually injured, just because of a single strike from the other party. It was too terrifying. How much energy did this fire spirit pearl contain? 1. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian used a magical incantation to heal his broken hand. Wrapped in dragon-shaped sword energy, he reached out again. Boom! Boom! At the instant he grabbed it, the terrifying power once again spread through his body, causing his palm to split open once again. Hold your ground! Lin Xian roared, pushing his 9-yang divine body to the limit. This time, although cracks appeared on the palm, it did not explode into a bloody mist. Be destroyed! Seeing this scene, the great dragon sword radiance in his body surged out crazily, turning into sword energy that exploded from his palm, bombarding the fire spirit pearl, trying to subdue it. However, the fire spirit pearl was too terrifying. The mysterious runes on it flickered, and wisps of purple flames surged out, resisting the sword energy. Not only that, the power flowed through Lin Xian's hand and spread throughout his body. Crack! 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 Countless cracks appeared on his 9-yang divine body. At this moment, he was like a broken porcelain doll, about to collapse at any moment. If the people outside saw this scene, they would definitely scream in horror. They had never seen Lin Xian suffer such serious injuries. Even when he was fighting with King Redfeather, his body did not collapse to such an extent. Damn it, be destroyed! Lin Xian's eyes widened, his eyes red. Although his body was broken, he still did not let go of his hand. The 9-yang divine fire and the great dragon sword soul continued to intertwine, turning into seals, trying to seal the fire spirit pearl. However, this fire spirit pearl was too terrifying. He did not know who left it behind. He did not know what grade it was. Lin Xian guessed that no one among the invincible kings could subdue it. Perhaps only a saint would be able to do that. Did he really have to give up this thing? Lin Xian shook his head. He was unwilling, but the power coming from it was too terrifying, especially the runes on the fire spirit pearl. They were like Tao runes emitting a mysterious power. Even if those sect leaders came, they might not be able to seal it. Lin Xian sighed. He was unwilling, although he knew it was dangerous. Lin Xian still did not let go. He roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The 9-yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul were activated by him, and they even began to burn the 9-yang divine fire. The great dragon sword soul was enveloped by a ball of divine fire, burning fiercely. Lin Xian's body was covered in flames. However, the fire spirit pearl seemed to have been stimulated. With a bang, the runes on it exploded again. Suddenly, the entire sea of fire surged, and countless large cracks spread out from the depths of the sea of fire. The dark red dragon and the 2-headed dragon, who were fighting outside, were instantly sent flying. Both of them vomited dragon blood. Damn it, what happened? The 2-headed dragon was terrified, and the dark red dragon was also worried. Kid, are you okay? There was no reply, only Lin Xian's angry roar. The geniuses and primordial geniuses who were watching the battle from afar were also sent flying by the energy. Many people's bodies directly cracked, and they were so scared that they screamed crazily, "Retreat, retreat quickly!" They did not dare to stay at the edge anymore, and directly pushed to the 5th floor. Some even pushed to the 3rd and 2nd floor. However, it was not safe. The entire flaming pagoda was shaking and could break at any time. It was as if it was really going to collapse. They had to escape quickly. These humans and primordial geniuses fled one after another and completely left the flaming pagoda. They fled outside and looked at the pagoda in front of them in horror, trembling. Damn it, what happened at the end of the day? The dark red dragon wanted to rush to the 6th floor to save Lin Xian, but it was directly blasted out by a force. This made it gnash its teeth in anger. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were also very nervous. They did not go to the 6th floor, but went to other places to look for opportunities. Both of them had gained a lot, but at this moment they were chased out by the flames. What happened? They asked the dark red dragon. When they learned that Lin Xian was in danger, the two of them were very nervous. No, they had to save Big Brother Lin Xian.